take me on home to the asylum. Never alone in the asylum. Anarchy ruled, it was wild, but through it all you never smiled. Joke's on you, I'm in your head, so look who's laughing now. Remember in Arkham City, I killed your girl, so pretty. That was the night you let me die. But when I looked you in the eye, that's when I knew we'd be together. Look who's laughing now. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. I feel you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I am the clown, prince of crime. And we've had a hell of a time. You're part of me, I'm part of you. And now there's nothing left to do. I just can't wait till I'm in control. Who'll be laughing then? I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. Oh yeah, I think I can taste your fear. Now that my time is near, I'm in your blood, I'm so alive. I only wish you'd let me drive. It won't be long till I make you kill. Who'll be laughing then? Barbara's dead and I'm laughing. Jason Todd's dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm even dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. I'm cock-a-doodle-doo. All because of you. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. I fill you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. I filled you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. There's nothing like a comeback, is there, Matt? Let's go again. Now that I'm part of you.
What a creepy way to end the song. I love it. Good morning, one and all. Hi. Glad to have you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How is everyone doing? Hopefully good. Hopefully good. Let me grab my other mouse here. It's another day in spoopy October. It's the best time of year. I don't know about you guys. I'm a sucker for October. Fall, anything fall related. As you can probably tell, I have pumpkins scattered throughout the room. Because why not? Why the hell not? Luke the Duke, glad to have you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Kunal, Michael, Aries, the old muskrat, good to see you in here. Hopefully everybody is feeling good. David, good morning. Good morning, my friend. College is a pain. Oh, I feel ya. I don't know. I know it's crazy to think. I will insist, I think the day will come when you will strangely miss college, because I weirdly miss it. Like, parts of it I don't. Like, I don't miss being totally freaking broke all of the time. Like, there were days where, like, I literally had to dig through the couch cushions to try and find change to go and buy a pack of ramen noodles. Like, that level of broke. And it probably was my pride. I probably could have gone to my parents and been like, hey, can I get $10? but I didn't want to do that. But like being totally freaking broke, I do not miss at all. But the parts of like living in like a house that was way nicer than it should have been for a college house, blasting the AC 24/7 because our landlord made utilities a flat fee, sucks to suck, and like just being able to go upstairs whenever we want and just like, hey guys, let's go out to Old Town and just dink around. If we want to go get drinks, you know, spend the only $5 we have, or like, oh, let's all play scary video games together, and then we can all do that. Or like just the routine of college, going through the motions of going to class and having that regularity. I kind of miss it, especially because I wanted to save on gas money and stuff, and also parking at CSU. When I went, it was like whatever, what was it? It was like I think it ended up being like $30 to $50 a week if you wanted to park on campus near your classes. So realistically, you needed to either shell out like $500 to $1,000 like a school year for like just for parking, or you get a bike and you bike there. And we lived close. I think it was like a 12-minute bike ride, like a 3-minute drive from my like the business school. So I would bike every morning, and it was freaking freezing all the time because I had the first morning classes. The best professors taught first thing in the morning, and so, or at least my favorite professors did. So I was always there at like 7:30, and it was freezing, but it was like a good way to start the day. You wake up and it's just the air is clean, and there's something else. Like it just hits me different. Pre-COVID, I remember there, like, it would have been fall of 2019, but we had some Chinese exchange students, and they were kind of bizarre because they had crazy nice cars. Like they would drive McLarens to school, and then when summer came, they would go back to China to visit their families, and they would just leave the McLaren in the school parking lot, and they would get like thousands and thousands of dollars in tickets tacked on. For some reason, they wouldn't tow it. They would just keep tacking on tickets. And then when they came back, they would just like pay them off and then keep going. You know, like it was no big deal for them. But like, and then I had a friend, he said when he had a friend who was a Chinese exchange student. And when that guy went back for the summer, he just like left his like $5,000 gaming PC and just said, yeah, you can have it. I'm not going to be using it. So you can just have it. I'll get a new one when I come back. Like zero regard for how much things cost. Because his parents were just like, I'm sure they own some business in China and they're very well off, and they decided to send their kid to school in America, and they just have endless money, and this kid has like no regard for what the things cost. But I remember like fall of 2019, there were like 3 of them. They would always sit next to each other in classes because they all spoke the same language. It makes sense. They all have that in common, but they were wearing masks through the classes, and it was like flu season. So I got it. There were a lot of students sick and sniveling and stuff, but I remember being like, that's such a weird thing. I don't think you could even force American students to wear masks, even if you tried. And then like 6 months later, everybody has to wear masks because of COVID. It was just funny. Like, yeah, it's not a big thing, not a big deal in other countries, but in America, it's like, but what about my freedom? You know, what about my freedom? I started at OSU, Oklahoma State, now at New York. Kind of missed the openness of okay. Oh, I could see that. Yeah. I've never been to OU or OSU. But I imagine we lived in Kansas for a year when I was very little, and I remember bits and pieces of it, and I remember it being just flat. Like they did that study where, hold on, maybe I can find it. So, in case you haven't heard the saying, there's an old saying called, "Oh, it's flat as a pancake." Like, "Oh, I just paved the friggin' like driveway. Oh, it's flat as a pancake." Well, they actually like looked into it and did like a topographical scan, and they found that Kansas is in fact flatter than a pancake. Because when you go across the whole distance of Kansas, it ends up being a lot flatter than an average pancake, which I just find funny. Like, Kansas is actually flatter than a pancake, which is just, what can you do? I'll be real. I struggle going places like, just clip that, just end it there. I struggle going to like places where it is flat and traveling there, because in Colorado, in case you aren't aware, where I am, I'm on the east side of the Rocky Mountains. So the mountains are always west, and you can see them pretty much no matter where you are, unless you're like in the center of Denver with the skyscrapers all over the place. So you can always orient yourself with the mountains. It's like, where am I? Well, there's the mountains, so that's north. Okay. Well, I know I need to go that way, so I'll go north. And so you can always figure out where you're going or roughly where you're at. Like, when we traveled to like Florida or like it was like Orlando or Hawaii was probably the worst in Kauai. No idea. Like, I know locals in Kauai can just be like, oh, no, that mountain, it's shaped like whatever the manta ray. So if you get familiarized with it, no matter where you are on the island, you can see how it's rotating. You can figure out where you are. I miss just having the one mountain to be like, west. Yeah, okay, I can figure the rest out. It spoils you. Like, may I suggest a GPS? Well, I just found out that like my watch even has like a compass that's really freaking accurate. So like I can just hold it up and like angle it and figure out where north is. So now we're spoiled. But it's like, once you get used to just glancing at the mountains, okay, there we are. Yeah, it spoils you. Alexander, how am I liking YouTube as a streaming platform? I'll be real. I like YouTube. I think a lot of you guys seem to really like YouTube. That's been the consistent theme. Every time I've polled you guys, it's like 95+% of you prefer YouTube. So that alone, I think, speaks volumes. Just the ability to pause and then come back to a stream later, I think it's like a huge perk. Like, that's basically a deal breaker for Twitch for a lot of people. Once you get used to that on YouTube, it's hard to go back. Like, let's be real. But like, just, I'm not complaining, for the record. I'm just explaining because you guys make this work and allow me to do this for a living. So I feel like it's only fair you kind of know the business behind the scenes, because I hate it when streamers and YouTubers are like, they refuse to talk about the financial side of it and they just pretend like it doesn't exist. So I like to be transparent with you all. At least I try to be. With this though, like YouTube streaming, we might generate in terms of revenue over the course of a single stream on average maybe $15. And I'm not joking. Like, it's the memberships, those of you who have become members and joined the channel, I do really appreciate it. It's tremendous. But the volume of people who throw out like primes and gifted subs and all of that, the volume's way lower compared to Twitch. And I think it's because on Twitch, like, you get the emotes, you get all of these perks, you get no ads, and people in Twitch culture are just used to throwing out subs and stuff. So it's just a natural thing that's been it's become ubiquitous among Twitch viewers. But on YouTube, it's just not really a thing, at least not yet. And so, like, in terms of revenue, like Twitch, we were growing quickly, but we would make between like $600 and $800 in a month. From like all subs, any donations, everything, ads that they play on the stream, all of that between 600 and 800. Let's play it safe, say like 700 is the average. Coming to YouTube, the streams generate, like I said, maybe $15 a stream 3 days a week. So $45 in a week for streaming. And then over the course of 4 weeks, that's like $180. Yeah, $180 over the course of a month. So 180 versus like 700. So it's a big drop, which is just, it's part of it. But I think the other benefits probably outweigh that cost for me, at least right now. Who Who knows if we had stayed on Twitch and, you know, kept grinding, made partner, done all that. Who knows? Maybe I would be making way, way more and it would be totally different. But I think the value of the stream for the viewer matters a lot. Clearly, I think YouTube leads to better streams for most people, at least in terms of watching. Maybe engagement, Twitch is better because of like, just because of the emotes, I think is the big thing. But there's all that, like stuff like that. So we'll see. But I also think just more generally, short-term cost is probably going to be lost. But if we can get traction, like Corey's saying, and continue growing on YouTube, once YouTube implements all these other things, it's going to take off even faster. And I think the overwhelming majority of big streamers on Twitch are going to move over to YouTube next year. They're going to wait till their contracts run out, and then they're going to move to YouTube where they'll make 70-30, because why the hell not? Like, do you really think like Hassan is that worried about keeping up with Twitch? No, like he knows that he's losing hundreds of thousands of dollars if he stays on Twitch next year compared to moving to YouTube, simply because Twitch is trying to cap maximum earnings at $100,000. He makes that in like a week and a half. So it just doesn't work. Boom, Basit, thank you for becoming a member. Blue. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. So yeah, we'll just see. Like it's slowly but surely gonna just gain traction on YouTube as streaming becomes more and more normal over here. And then YouTube's also coming out swinging, monetizing like TikTok sized videos. I think, you know, YouTube's making moves, whereas everybody else is just like trying to stay afloat. So yeah, Hassan's pod being on YouTube makes me think he'll make the bigger switch. It only makes sense. Like, there literally is no reason to stay on Twitch other than like some sort of monetary benefit. And especially viewers are now starting to like really vocalize their frustration with ads, and Twitch's response is, yeah, we're going to be doing more of those because we're cutting streamer pay, you know? Jake, just curious, are there sponsorships available where like you put a logo in the background or something? I feel like that would be a good way to increase revenue without disrupting streams. Funny you mentioned that, Jake, because I do have a new sponsor starting next month that I will be talking about. That will be doing basically that exact thing. So we've set up a deal where I'll be doing an ad read a month for them on the main YouTube channel, and then they also will have passive advertising, like that, you know, where basically a rotating logo for sponsors. Where's my hand? Like right here can just spin with the sponsors of the stream, and then we can do like product placement, whatever else we need to do. So we're starting to do that. It's just, it takes a little bit of time to get that going, especially because like those sponsors don't want to throw that money unless they really feel like it's.
Brandon Reyes donated $4.99 through Super Chat.
Ooh, thank you,
Gang,
Brandon.
here's some bills, so this helps you stay on YT.
Appreciate you, Brandon. Thank you. Yeah, I like we're getting some momentum, but the big thing is I don't think we will really like our streams over the course of the day. By the time we're done with the stream, we will probably have between 3,000 and 5,000 people come out and check out the stream, whether they stay for an hour, 5 hours, or 20 minutes. Who knows? Like it's all varied, but between like 3,000 and 5,000 people usually. Most sponsors that I've spoken to don't want to like sponsor the stream until that number gets more to like 20 to 50,000 over the course of the stream. And then once you're at the point, like, you know, Tim the Tap Man, where he'll have 800,000 people come out over the course of a day, then you get the big sponsors. Then you get like, you know, Chipotle and all those crazy guys. Oh, Michael. Boom. So that does work. Jeez. Thank you, Michael. 5 memberships gifted. Boom. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you. What's your next long form comfy review, Luke? I So I actually spent a few hours working yesterday on the God of War video. It's not quite where I want it yet, but we're working on it. And then I am working on, I can't say too much, but I got some review codes that I'm working through. So I will continue working through those games. And so like yesterday, I was gonna like record a couple of videos and stuff. I've been pretty swamped trying to get through these games. So yeah, it's a struggle. But yeah, once again, Michael, thank you for the gifted memberships. We've all, like, people kept asking, they're like, can you gift memberships on YouTube? I don't even know. And then boom, it does work. It works. So I think you're the first one to ever gift memberships here. That's great. Oh, you know what? You always remember your first. You always do. So yeah, I've got those, and I mean, I can't say specifically, but I'm sure you can probably figure out if I'm saying, oh, I'm working through a game now for a review, like what games come out in the immediate future. You can probably figure it out without too much investigation, but I'm working on those slowly but surely. And I threw something out on Discord asking you guys what you thought. And let me know what you guys think of this in the chat. Kunal, thank you. Appreciate you. I mentioned this on Discord. My thought is, like, the Fallout or Far Cry 6 video is a great example where I did this like review. It ended up being like 40 minutes long because I just wanted to talk about everything. And then before we knew it, I was like, the review is so long and comprehensive that I feel like a critique would just reiterate the same points over and over and over again. Like, it would just be extremely repetitive, right? So if I shake it up and I do like a 6 to 10 minute review, oh, groovy. Oh, thank you, DLB50 with the $9.99. Thank you, my friend. That is a super
DLB50 donated
chat.
$9.99 through Super Chat.
That is a super chat. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. So I think what I'm going to try to do with, I almost said it. I'm so unprofessional. With this game that's coming up, I almost just casually threw it out. I'm so stupid. But what I think I'm going to try to do is like a 6 to 10 minute review that goes up when the embargo lifts for reviews. And then I will also be working on a critique that's like 30 minutes to an hour long that will go up on launch day that covers like the whole thing and goes into all the detail and expands everything. That way, if you want to just play it and get a quick idea of what my opinion is, you can see that. If you want to go deep dive and check out all the nitty gritty, you can do that. Or if you play the game and then you want to come back to the critique later, you can do that too. I want to try it. I'm not sure how it will actually work in terms of like the minutia of things, because a lot of people I think won't watch the critique on launch day because they want to basically like wait to play it themselves. So it might not actually work too well. I might wait until like a few days after launch. I don't know. But we'll play it out. We'll figure it out. But I think that's what we'll do. The current upcoming game that I've played all yesterday, I'm really enjoying. Is it as good as its immediate predecessor? I think yes. I think it's better, but it's different. But again, like I can't specify. I can't confirm or deny what game it is. I don't think anybody said it in chat though. I will just say that. So does the name of the game rhyme with Bod of Boar, Sally Rock? No, that doesn't. I would expect that they don't send out any review codes for that until like November 1st or 2nd. That would be my guess. Usually PlayStation. So like PlayStation for The Last of Us Part 1, they sent codes out. They were supposed to do it a full week before. They had a technical issue and sent them out 3 days before. So we were, I mean, at least I was scrambling to get through that whole game. I also noticed like a lot of reviews didn't show footage from the end of the game or footage with the cosmetic packages, which is weird. Because like the cosmetics, you only unlock once you've finished the game. And you'll notice in my little review on The Last of Us Part 1, I showed footage I grabbed of Ellie wearing the costumes and stuff of that menu. And I did that because I wanted to make sure that like I just wanted to make sure that people knew that I had actually played the game. I'd gone through the whole thing. But I noticed a lot of other reviews, they just kind of blew past that a little bit. You know? They just kind of blew past it. Oh geez, we're popping off, guys. Thank you. Kanal, thank you for the 100. Is that... Will it tell me? I'm so bad at... I took a course on international currencies. Rupees. Those are rupees. Indian rupees. I figured it out. I totally didn't just like blindly Google it. Thank you, Kanal. Are you going to cover... I don't know why it's not popping off with the alert. It's weird. Are you going to cover Gotham Knights? I am not buying it as it's not interesting to me. I'm spending that money on Callisto Protocol. I feel that. I will be covering it. Yes, I will be covering it. I am excited, and I feel like there are a good number of people who might be dismissing that game out of hand. I don't expect it to be at like Saints Row. I don't expect it to be that level of cringe. I expect there to be some weird lines and some stupid cringy stuff, but I don't expect it to be like some people have said, oh, it's just Saints Row, you know, go woke, go broke. I don't think it's going to be like that. Saints Row was on a whole nother level, but I think Gotham Knights is going to be a little different. I just think the marketing team for Gotham Knights has been pretty terrible. I think they focused on all the wrong things. But it's probably going to be like a fairly generic and bland punch 'em up type of game. So we'll see. Yuri, I wish I could help more. Stay on YouTube. Oh, no, I appreciate you, Yuri. Thank you for the 10. It just says $R. $R. Is that code? Whoops. What did I do? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. $R. What is that technically? Oh, it doesn't even tell me. Okay, well, either way, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. To me, Gotham Knights just looks so cringe and clanky to me. Yeah, it looks more and more generic the more I look at it. But hopefully, they're just sitting on a lot of cool stuff. Hopefully. Let's see. I'll give Gotham Knights a chance. Oddly enough, as my second major media studies, I give everything a chance, though I can't turn off my analysis mode. Dude, for real. I feel you, Aries. I feel you. I can't enjoy things anymore. Saints Row was tone deaf. It was tone deaf, and it also, I think, just wholly misunderstood what, like, the fans and gamers actually wanted. Like I said in my video, I was like, believe it or not, I don't want to think about student loans when I play video games. I play video games to not think about that. Like, so I'm baffled that they're like, oh yes, let's just make a game where like we bring that up constantly and like weird, stupid stuff like that just didn't make sense. Let's see. Ooh, groovy. Brandon, thank you for the 1999. Very generous. Thank you, my friend. Had to go crazy.
Brandon Reyes donated $19.99 through Super Chat. Had to go crazy one more time. Do you have an opinion on any monitors good for PS5 willing to spend like $400 to $600 bills?
For PS5, I wonder what this... So it's no mystery. I really like my BenQ monitors, and they have sent these to me for free. So for the record, I am spoiled, but BenQ does have some really solid 4K HDR10 compatible monitors. Is this the exact one? No, it's not the exact one. I think this is... Let me make sure my address isn't shown. Hold on. Wednesday. No, okay, we're good. So this one is really solid. It's so you're gonna be capped. You're not gonna be going like 120 hertz. I don't know of any PlayStation games you would realistically play with 120 hertz, but these BenQ 32-inch monitors are tremendous. You always want to check for HDR10 support because HDR10 is an actual standard, whereas if it's like HDRI or HDR Super or whatever, that's not a real certification. It's just something they've basically made up to claim it has HDR, but it doesn't have real HDR. So if it's HDR compliant, that's real true HDR. It's only $350. The difference is this doesn't have like a speaker, a big hardcore speaker on it. I prefer that because I never play stuff through my monitor speakers, like ever. It hurts my soul to think that you might do that. So if you have headphones or if you have speakers already and you're just looking for a solid monitor, these BenQ ones are tremendous. And 32 inches, I mean, plenty. It'll fill up your whole field of view. It's tremendous. So I'd say one of those. They're great. I use BenQ monitors. I have my Samsung G7 as my mainstay, and then I have a 32-inch 4K BenQ up here, and then I have a 32-inch 4K for the streaming PC as well. So it's the whole thing. But I would say, like, if you're willing to spend $4 to $6, something like that for $350, about $350, it's a pretty good deal. How much it cost you? About $350. Monitors for a console, hell yeah, dude. In that case, you don't need to go above 60. They actually primarily market these monitors as like console monitors, which I get. Let's see. Fitz, I'm excited for the new Need for Speed. It's been a while since they tried something different, and new art style has piqued my interest. Oh yeah, no, I mean, anytime they shake it up, the problem with a lot of those like living games is that they tend to just end up looking really samey from release to release. So I'm glad they're shaking it up a little. Michael, I have no idea how Volition messed that up. It can't be made up from the same development team. I think it's just another one of those issues with echo chambers, and yeah, it's like we said in that review where everybody was wondering, like, who the hell is looking at like Saints Row and saying, yes, that's very relatable, the way they dress and talk and act. Yes, they're just like, those are the friends I really want, but now I get to hang out with them in a video game. Nobody thinks that. So who on the design team put that together and thought that people would find that to be at least somewhat engaging? And I think, like I said before, I think it's simply because that's how like these art students fresh out of art school studying, game design and graphic design and things like that, that's honestly how they act and behave and dress, and that's how they are, a lot of them. Like I went to business school, of course, but I took all of my electives were in theater. So I was in the like liberal arts building all the time where they did the classes for graphic design, for animation work and all of that. And like that, it was a totally different world. The business school, everybody's wearing button-ups and khakis and nice shoes, and they show up to classes first thing in the morning because they want to get a jump start on their day. And then you go into the art school, nobody shows up for classes until 11 a.m., and even then, a lot of students are wearing their pajamas. And like, it's a different planet, but that's just how it is. And I think it's because that younger generation, they're the ones that were designing Saints Row, and they like were shocked that most people didn't find that to be relatable, and even found it unlikable. They didn't like that. They hated it so much that they bashed it. It's the difference between an echo chamber and keeping a more varied group of people around you, for real. Also, everybody, we got like 120 people in here. If you guys could smash the like button real quick, I would greatly appreciate it. It helps send the video out to more people who haven't seen these streams before, or maybe watched one of the stream clips and haven't come back for whatever reason, if you hit the like button, it helps send it out. It's something we have to do now on YouTube. So you'll hear me occasionally ask for it. I apologize. I hate disrupting things to be like, hey, smash the like button. Hey, make sure to like and subscribe. But we just have to do it. So I would appreciate if you could hit the like button. It does actually like really help. So I'll leave that there and I'll shut up. Yeah, soulless plug. Sorry. DLB. Jeez, man. Thank you. It's gonna pop off. It's gonna read it for me. The second I start reading it, the alert's gonna go off. I swear to God. Yeah, I was about to start. I was about to start reading it. The devs have been blaming the fans.
DLB50 donated $19.99 through Super Chat. Hey Luke, my name's David and I'm doing a project in college where we have to interview streamers and YouTubers on the copyright systems and the 70/30th split change. Was wondering if I DM'd you if...
Oh, did it just... Oh, I guess it cut out. Was wondering if I DM'd you if you'd be willing to do one. Yeah, sure. Send me a message on Discord is probably the best way to do it. My like Twitter DMs are just a flood and a disaster, so I've kind of given up at this point. But Discord DMs I can kind of chip my way through. So make sure to send it over there and I can respond. I've done a bunch of like random little stuff for college students before. Actually, I was involved in like a German student's dissertation at one point because he was studying game design and was doing a big project, and so he interviewed a bunch of industry people and media people anonymously and then put it together to try and form a like prospectus on the industry as it stood a couple of years ago. And it was really an interesting read, to be honest, because you got developers and then media people and then strictly journalists and then like industry analysts, and then tried to figure out what the common threads were and where the distinctions lied. Like, were the journalists out of touch from the business people or vice versa? You know, it was really interesting. Kunal, thank you for the 100 what is it? Indian rupees, I think is what it was. Thank you for that again. I don't know if you've been following the news surrounding Saints Row Reboot, but the devs have been blaming the fans for the failure of the game. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. It's just like, I get it. You work on something for 5 years and then it comes out and everybody's like, who thought this was a good idea? Stupid developers. This is ass. And it's gotta hurt. Like when I work on a video for weeks and weeks and then I put it out and it doesn't do very well, like it bums me out. I get like weirdly depressed. I don't know if you guys do that. Like when I'm anxious, I like kind of chew on the inside of my lip and I just like tear up the inside of my lip. It's just like my stressor. It's better than like chewing on my nails or something for sure. But I don't even realize I'm doing it until I like realize at one point, like, oh, the inside of my mouth is like totally torn up because I just keep like gnawing on it. And the like when a video does badly, I do that and it's like horrible. And then I realize, oh, I must be stressed out about stuff because the inside of my mouth is like all torn up. But it's got to be so depressing to have something like this. But it's part of the game. Like if you release a pile of garbage that people hate, they're going to tell you. And you should, instead of blaming the fans for not liking it, be like, you guys really should have liked it. It's actually like really much better than you think. Instead of doing that, you should maybe ask, okay, well, why didn't they like it? What did we do wrong? And to a certain extent, I think Saints Row, I mean, maybe this is a hot take. I don't think that game could have been good. I think Saints Row as a franchise is just kind of past its prime. I think nowadays people are more interested in the more realistic, gritty stuff. And maybe it'll swing back to the Saints Row stuff eventually. But I don't think that was ever going to do well with gaming press. I just don't think so. Even if it was like the protagonist was a little less cringe, and even if the like even if everything were different, even if like they had changed a ton of stuff, I still just don't. I don't think it ever would have been super well received. So I think they were fighting an uphill battle from the start. But it's part of the thing. Like when they started development, I don't think it was probably that crazy of an idea to make this like silly, lighthearted thing. But a lot can change in like 4 or 5 years of development. I mean, you think about the games that were releasing 5 years ago from now. Like the games that were releasing were all these like Battlefront 2. Speaking of, I think we're going to try to do an I Tried Battlefront 2 video. I need to add that to my list. Because apparently it's like really good and a lot of people still play it actively. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Okay. But anyway, I wish they would make True Crime again. It was the best GTA clone at the time. I don't think I've ever played that. That's interesting. Volition's becoming hot garbage. Watch the Flippy video on it. Okay. Yeah, I haven't really looked too much into it, but it's been a hot minute since they had something that was like a banger for real. Red, getting my PS5 today. Can't wait to play Demon Souls. Oh, dude, congrats. Congrats. Oh, by the way, so people were asking about the 4090s. They are sold out like freaking everywhere. Like just this. RTX 49 Trio. Okay. We go this, auto notify, so it's not even like available. Best Buy glitches out and doesn't show you. This, waiting list only. Notify when available. MSI through Micro Center. Sold out and also unavailable online. You have to go in store. Like they're sold out everywhere. And I think it was it Newegg? Or maybe it was Amazon. No, it was one of the big, I think it's Newegg. People like scalped them and are already trying to sell like the 4090, which should retail at like $1,600. They're trying to flip it for like $2,500 already. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. I like do not buy it from a scalper. Wait, they're going to get them in stock. And a lot of these scalpers are going to realize like it's just not that necessary. Because crypto miners aren't going to come in and just pay whatever like the blank check amount is. So I think things are going to be different. And I think you will see these, available in stores pretty regularly, especially places like Micro Center. I think you'll see them a lot. Yeah, like this Zotac. This Zotac apparently is in stock right now. So at the Micro Center in Denver, you can get this card. If you walk up to the shelf right now, you could get it. So I just think it's going to be different. Luke, you saw Intel dropped a graphics card for like a third of the price of the 4090. Yeah, but didn't that one only compete for like against the 3060? I don't think it was even like in the same stratosphere as the 4090. The 4090 is just like ridiculous. The performance numbers that have been released are just insane. Aries, how do you feel about gaming companies always wanting to cater to modern audiences? Ubisoft doing it with Splinter Cell, Volition did it with Saints Row. I feel like it's not a good move, but that's just me. Well, it's always interesting because their modern audiences are not like the fans. It's almost never the fans. And again, I really think the issue is that they are, for one, doing like focus testing and they're asking people who are probably not their target audience their opinion of these games. and then they're building the game off of that. And secondly, a lot of the developers are that type of person. Like they think the game they're making is really good. That's the thing you have to remember. Like when a game launches and it seems like they developed it entirely in an echo chamber and in a bubble, and it's like, how on earth did they think that this was a good idea? It's because like they had nobody outside like providing feedback. Nobody on the outside was like, hey guys, maybe this is stupid. Maybe we shouldn't do this. And that's all it is. It's really tough for a developer to maintain like a healthy level of outside feedback. It's not that easy. So I think that's probably most of it, is that they fail to get outside opinions coming in. Not Storm. What mixer do you use for that RE20? I use a Go XLR right here. It's just out of camera view that mixes all of the tracks because I have a 2 PC streaming setup, and I also have it rigged so console footage can play through here. So I can be recording my microphone, console game, desktop audio from the like main PC here, and then also streaming audio from the streaming PC, all on separate tracks, all with different faders, and I can control all of those separately. This thing is a dynamic microphone, so you need a good amount of lift. So I use a cloud lifter, which just takes a 48 volt input from the Go XLR and then lifts it up by, I think it's what, like 30 dB or something. So I use that, and then it does all the rest of the work for me. I will say this Gateron mic, boom arm, whatever thing, I think it's trash. I think it's like actual trash. This is what like Joe Rogan started using these, and I think they're just horrible. I'll be real. They have these cables built into them, and the cable is really crappy. And I've tried to like open it up to replace the cable. You can't do it basically without breaking the boom arm. And even then, it's not like spring loaded or anything. So it's just like, I think it has springs in it, but it's so poorly balanced that it's just totally impractical. So, let's see. Eyeball random question, but which do you think is better, hourly or salary? Depends on how many hours you're working. Because like salary, if you're full-time hourly versus full-time salary, full-time hourly, you work your 40 hours and then you get out. If you're salary, they expect you to just stay until the job is done. So they better be paying you really well. Like, I would say it just depends. Once you're at the point where like your salary is over 80 grand a year, or your income would be over 80, probably salary is just the better choice because it's very consistent. But like beneath that, I'd say hourly if you can manage it or negotiate. Honestly, 80 is pretty high. Probably above 70,000 a year. I would say probably try to stick to hourly, especially if you're working like retail or something where they might ask you to stay late. Salary, they can get away with it because they don't have to pay you anymore. But prior to that, like, you know what I'm saying. IMO, modern audiences is younger, the younger 10 to 17 generation, where the ideas and beliefs are almost completely different from, let's say, 19 to 26 year olds. That's definitely true. I mean, the group between 10 and 17 is, it's the Fortnite crew, right? It's a very different group of people. So I would agree. I do think there is a huge difference between those. So I can absolutely agree with that. But I also think like you should not be targeting your game for 10 to 17 year olds. And maybe that's insensitive of me, but it's primarily because like if you're a business, those kids are not going to be the ones who are probably keeping your business afloat. You want to target the like 20 somethings, the 30 somethings, because they have expendable income. So appeal to them, you know, do that. Rocky, you're fine. You're fine. Still catching them on chat. Always. I'm never actually caught up. Let's see. How much is a 3060 going for? The prices are plummeting pretty fast, especially after today with the 40 series dropping. I saw the 3090 Ti, the price dropped already by like $250, and they're in stock like everywhere. So if you just waltz up and get a 3090 Ti, you're saving a good chunk of change. But if the 4090 actually performs anywhere near the level they're saying it is, then it's pretty competitive. I mean, you know, I don't think it's going to be that bad. Dead Space, yeah, we will be doing some Dead Space here in a little bit. Real quick, I want to work through these stories real quick. Let's blast through these. Oh, I gotta sit up. I'm an old man. Take it from an old man. Time's just sand slipping past. Okay, let's do this. First story on deck is this. UK regulator details concerns over Microsoft's proposed acquisition of Activision Blizzard, and Xbox responds. The Competition and Markets Authority has detailed its concerns over Microsoft's proposed Activision acquisition. The UK regulator is seen as the key element as to whether this deal would be allowed to go ahead. The deal did not pass the initial phase of approval and has been sent to a second phase. Now the group has cited its concerns over the deal, and Microsoft has responded. This is what's so baffling to me. Like, I'm surprised that this deal is like in question as much as it is, because Microsoft has a very clear and compelling argument that they are not like, they do not have a monopoly. They're not the ones in like the driver's seat. They're technically the underdog. As crazy as that is to say, PlayStation, Tencent, those guys make up a much bigger percentage of annual gaming revenue. So I just don't see it. This would certainly help that for sure, but right now, like, the question is where they are now. Like, by acquiring this, it just brings them up to the level of Sony and Tencent, which doesn't mean that they have an unfair advantage. It just brings them up to the same level. I think there is an argument to be made that, like, clearly Xbox, once they're done with this purchase, probably goes and buys up more, and that starts to bring in questions. But I don't think you can speculate that much. So the CMA is concerned that having full control over this powerful catalog, especially in light of Microsoft's already strong position in gaming consoles, operating systems, and cloud infrastructure, could result in Microsoft harming consumers by impairing Sony's, Microsoft's closest gaming rival, ability to compete, as well as that of other existing rivals and potential new entrants who could otherwise bring healthy competition through innovative multi-game subscriptions and cloud gaming services. I realistically don't see how, I mean, at this point, these giga corporations, like, you can't just waltz in and compete with PlayStation. We've said this before. Like, you guys remember the Ouya? The Ouya? Krabby Cat made the video on it. It was that, like, little bitty, like, tiny cube looking console, and it was terrible, but it was supposed to be like the outsider coming in and just being like, oh, we're going hard, yeah, we're gonna take down the establishment, and it just ended up being a total joke, like a total joke. So I just, yeah, I don't know. Let's see. We got a Redditor in here. Huh? I can help you with that question. I'll come back to it, Storm, in just a second. Ask it again here in a few minutes. But with all this, like, I do understand this, but you haven't really been able to compete with these giga corporations in a hot minute. It's like, where were they saying this a decade ago? Honestly, more like 2 decades ago. So Microsoft argued that the, quote, suggestion that the incumbent market leader with clear and enduring market power could be foreclosed by the third largest provider as a result of losing access to one title is not credible, which I think is true. Like, I'm surprised Sony is all of a sudden going so hard lobbying these people, but, like, Sony's trying. They are doing everything in their power to stop this deal, because they know long term this is not good for PlayStation. It just isn't. And Sony, I think, got cocky for a long time, thinking that they were at the top and nobody could knock them off their perch. and they just didn't expect Microsoft to get behind Xbox as much as they have. Because previously Xbox was just like the little, like, it's the nephew playing in the front yard, and Microsoft's like, yeah, go play, do whatever you want to do. I don't care. But now, like, daddy's getting up off the rocking chair on the front porch and is going and helping the little kid running around in the front yard. Like, all of a sudden now it's not just fun and games, it's getting serious. And that's what's freaking Sony out for sure. Let's see. These unsupported theories of harm are not sufficient to justify a reference to Phase 2, Microsoft said in its detailed response. Microsoft says there are numerous reasons why these concerns are misplaced. It cites PlayStation's current market-leading position with a console install base of 150 million versus Xbox's install base of 63.7 million. It also says that Sony's current market leadership has seen it, quote, conduct practices such as raising the price of its console without fear of losing market share, which I think they need to double down on this. Sony, in recent months, has exemplified the problem with having one clear market leader in any business, because right now, Sony raises the cost of their games to $70 instead of 60. Everybody else keeps it at 60. Sony comes in with 70, and they aren't worried at all with negative impacts on their business because they are winning the console war, right? And then they come out and they raise the price of the console by $50. Now it's $550 to get a PS5 instead of $499. So that's a big issue, on top of it. And so Microsoft's just coming along and being like, hey guys, so you guys are worried about us taking advantage of our consumers and milking them dry when we're in the market leading position. But we're not in the leading position. Sony is, and Sony's already doing the thing that you're upset or alleging that we will eventually do. Why aren't you punishing Sony and helping get another competitor up on their same level? It just doesn't make sense. So I think that this is all just, honestly, it's a little ridiculous. It's interesting with the streaming. They focus a lot on this in this rebuttal where they the CMA group says, oh, well, Microsoft has an unfair advantage with streaming, platforms for cloud streaming of games, which most companies seem to think is the next frontier of gaming. What Microsoft says, which is interesting, is, quote, there is no advantage. Indeed, Xbox considers that it faces a number of significant disadvantages as compared to rival providers of infrastructure for game streaming. Okay. Consumer adoption of cloud gaming remains low. Harming or degrading rival services would significantly set back adoption of this technology, protecting market-leading incumbents such as Sony on console, Apple and Google on mobile, as well as Steam on PC. Xbox as a platform, which is in last place in console, seventh place in PC, and nowhere in mobile game distribution globally, has no incentive to do this. Instead, its incentive is to encourage the widespread adoption of cloud gaming technologies by as many providers as possible to encourage the major shift in consumer behavior required for cloud gaming to succeed. It's insane. And I get what they're arguing, and I think that this is what people just often forget. It's funny that Xbox admits this in this article, because publicly they would very rarely say this. Xbox as a platform is in last place in console, 7th place in PC, and nowhere in mobile distribution. And that's more broadly the point. Is they're not actually the market leader, which is what Sony's trying to imply, even though they can spend $70 billion. Rusty, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you, appreciate you. So, I think that's just important to remember. So, I don't know where this will go. At this point, I'm much less confident because I thought this was just a slam dunk. I'm like, clearly Microsoft is not the market leader, so it's not monopolistic. Maybe it leads to an oligopoly, but certainly not a monopoly. But as of right now, there's a lot of questions, and Sony is pouring every dollar into it that they can, because if they can spend 50 million or 100 million preventing this deal from coming through, that will end up being much more affordable to them in the long run than this deal going through and what they deal with in like 5 years or 7 years when Microsoft then pulls Call of Duty, which will have only grown by that time. So I don't like Xbox's way of throwing money to get the top, but Sony isn't any better with the exclusivity deals. Well, and that's why I think I have zero sympathy at this point. Sony's been playing dirty for years and years and years, and now they're upset that like somebody else is coming along and is doing the same thing. It's like, yeah, hey, Microsoft shouldn't be allowed to do this because then they'll make games exclusive. Also, if you guys haven't already, you should check out our latest game, The Last of Us Part 1, which already technically released, but we're charging $70 for it again. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Brandon, thank you again. 99. I can't. Oh, Jesus.
Brandon Reyes donated $9.99 through Super Chat. Oh damn, Luke, didn't see you hit 300K on the main channel.
Yeah, we did.
Grab a nice cheap bottle of wine on me, LMAO.
Will do, Brandon. Appreciate you. I will go out and do that later today. I'll tell Nikki. I'm like, Brandon told me I had to get it. I don't know what to tell you. And then when she's like, who's Brandon? I'm like, you wouldn't understand. And then I'll just walk away. That's what I'll do. So thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. 99.9. Yeah. It's like, it's because we were playing The Quarry, and in The Quarry, at one point the kids are freaking out and one of them turns to the other and it's like, oh my God, we were in so much danger. Quick, grab the phone, call 911. They're like, wait, 911? Who the hell says 911? You mean 911? And he's like, just call it, man. So that's what it reminded me of. Anyway, it will be pretty wild to see COD as a Microsoft exclusive if it gets there. Yeah, for real. For real. Rocky, I am actually looking into a tip the mods thing. Twitch has support for it. I don't know if they've added support on YouTube, but there is a way for us to like raise tips. Basically, people can donate and then a percentage of the donations automatically get put into an account that then splits to all the mods that were in the stream that day. It's pretty cool. So I will continue investigating that because I think it'd be pretty cool. Yeah, Rocky, join the union. Everyone unionize. By the way, guys, we do need more mods to help balance out Rocky's workload. Rocky is overworked. So we gotta treat Rocky well. So if any of you guys who are here pretty regularly think that would be something you might be interested in or be willing to jump in and help us with, I would be eternally grateful. And you'd also get to be a mod in the chat. So if you're in here right now, you're active regularly, and I mean, even if you tend to lurk, but you're just active a lot, send me like a Discord DM and just say, hey, I'd be down to mod. Shout, send me that, and we might just promote you because I want to be able to like lighten the load for them a little bit. Sometimes there's too much load, and Rocky needs less load. Yeah, Rocky, if you've got nominations, you should let people know and see if they'd be interested, because it might be awkward if people feel like they have to jump out and say it. Jay, Luke, do you not put your content on Spotify anymore? All the best from the UK. Appreciate you. I do. We just mainly, basically, I use, like, I upload to SoundCloud where people can download the MP3, and then SoundCloud creates like an RSS feed that then distributes to all of the podcasting places. And SoundCloud has monthly caps for the amount. Now it plays. Hold on, I gotta make this bigger.
Jay Semple donated £5 through Super Chat. Luke, do you not put your content on Spotify anymore?
Good question.
All the best from the UK.
So we're just capped on like the max uploads, especially because like the SoundCloud is primarily designed for like 3-minute songs, not really for like 2 hour long like podcast things. So I mainly just upload the critiques and reviews and stuff. Yeah, how much load we talking? All the load. Full metal jacket load. Anyway, next topic. Let's see. Oh wait, we talked about that one already. Yeah, so we talked about that. Let's talk about this insanity. Did you guys see this? I don't think we'll like watch the actual video because it's pretty it's backbreaking. But this story comes out of TwitchCon. A streamer broke her back in 2 places after jumping in a foam pit at TwitchCon. Multiple people were injured. Now, to be clear, this foam pit was apparently not like owned by Twitch. This was not a Twitch foam pit. It was like a collaboration across multiple companies, and somehow like they just thought that this was a good idea. Basically what they did, I don't think they embedded the video, which is probably for the best, but this is like a little cap from it. Basically this foam, you see her kind of laying there. She's on concrete. Her butt's on concrete right now. The foam pit is not actually that deep. So they got like a concrete floor. They put 2 little pedestals on it and then sprinkled these little foam cubes over it. But the foam cubes maybe are like 2 to 3 deep. More like 2. So like you should not be jumping in this. And apparently, so I've heard conflicting things. On the one hand, some people were saying that staff at this game were telling, Intel, I think is what it was. It was Intel and someone else. But what they were doing is the staff was telling people, don't jump into the foam. You're not supposed to. Lenovo. Okay, that makes sense. Maybe it was Lenovo and Intel. I don't know. But they were telling people not to jump in it, that it wasn't meant for that. But in the video, if you feel like you need to see it, you can look it up. TwitchCon foam pit. But like this girl that broke her back in 2 places, she like beats her, knocks her off the platform, and then does a straight up leap, butt first, right onto the concrete. And it like, you see it and it hurts my ass just thinking about it. Like seriously, she just loaded up. Yeah, I won. And then, hold on, I'm tangled up. And just like leaps butt first onto the ground. And it hurts to watch. It's pretty horrible. And she broke her back in 2 places because of it. And so there's all sorts of questions. I guess I could read and that would tell me what it is. So the Lenovo Legion booth hosted a face-off event in which streamers tried to knock each other off the raised podiums using padded poles off the podiums with pendulous things swinging. I don't know. The platforms were placed in a foam pit, though perhaps the word pit is generous, as it looked a little more like a few layers of foam over concrete. So Chechik, I think is what it is. She has a bunch of followers. She broke her back in 2 places. Wasn't the only streamer hurt. Locke Van S dislocated her knee and sprained her ankle after stepping off a podium following her victory, and others have complained of back pain and difficulty walking. While contestants were warned against diving into the pit and had to sign liability waivers, the commentator at the booth had said they were quote, all about safety here at the Lenovo Legion booth. Want to have good, clean fun, be able to jump into that foam and enjoy yourself at the end of the day. And that line is going to come back to bite him. It seems like everybody assumed more care was taken into making it a actual foam pit, which was placed there so people could fall into it. You know, like foam pits often are placed there for. And that it was actually safe for a human being to fall into. The pit was eventually closed, so hopefully that's the end of the injuries and the end of the convention pit shaping up to be the infamous... I can't read. And the end of a convention pit shaping up to be as infamous as the ball pit at DashCon. Is this a thing? Oh, this. I remember this. Extra hour in the ball pit. Some DashCon attendees also pointed out that one of the most memorable attractions at the convention was a colorful children's ball pit in an otherwise empty room. This was this was one of the attractions at the convention. Look at that. One hell of a convention right there. Oh man. Straight up there with TanaCon. Anyway, so that's a whole thing. Damn, I saw the video that felt so bad. Yeah, it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. It's just like, I get it. They signed waivers. So Lenovo's probably good. Like, they're not too worried about it. And so they probably don't even have to worry about it. I think the one thing they could run into is an issue with the guy saying, we just want to be able to jump into the foam. That's a problem. They say like, oh, don't like dive into the ball or into the foam. Diving and doing what these, like, they jumped into it. I don't think they dove. Like, you can jump in a pool without diving, you know? So like, they jumped into the foam pit. They weren't, as far as I can tell, warned against jumping in. It was like diving specifically. All told, it's just a major screw up. Hopefully they pay the medical bills for these streamers and stuff. Hopefully the streamers have good health insurance and did that. I think a lot of people feel like they don't need to get health insurance when they're young. Like, I'm invincible, I'll be fine, but you got to do it. Especially when you're over 26 in the US, you're on your own, so you got to figure it out. But we'll see. I mean, I think probably that liability waiver is probably foolproof enough where they won't have to pay it if they don't want to. They probably should pay it just for keeping like good appearances up. But I mean, if it is the case, like, this is why it's always tricky. If it was the case that staff said, do not jump into the foam, like, once you finish, walk over. Because like, the one thing you have to remember too is like, and this is where I kind of lose a wee bit of sympathy with this, as much sympathy as you can lose with something horrible like this. But like, how did they get onto the platforms? They had to walk onto them and step up onto them. So they walked through this foam and knew that the floor was very shallow and the foam was very shallow and was not very deep. And then they stepped up on this knowing that the concrete was there. If I stepped on this floor with like a layer or two of foam and then stepped up on this platform, I would not be jumping in. So I don't know if they thought that the path they walked was like a walkway that wasn't very deep, and then that got really deep over here. I don't know. But I just, like, they were walking on concrete to get onto the platform. So they had to have known it wasn't that deep. But then again, like, you watch how this girl jumps off the platform, and it literally is like Super Saiyan, just like boom. And you only jump like that if you really think that it's deep. So I don't know, maybe it was just like a little glitch in the brain where she was like, foam pit must be deep, and then leapt into it. I don't know. But like, they had to get on the platform somehow, and that probably means that they knew that it wasn't that deep. But either way, I think we can all agree, it's freaking stupid to have a foam pit that's 6 inches deep, because the assumption with a foam pit is that, for one, it's primarily foam and not concrete, and also that it is a pit, and pits are defined as something deeper than 6 inches. I'm pretty sure that's the dictionary definition. Deeper than 6 inches, then you can call it a pit. Anyway. While Adriana was successful in her industry, underpaid industry, and successful on Twitch, those medical bills are going to be insane. Yeah, especially if she's American. Yeah, for real. Like, I've mentioned this like once in passing before. I guess I can mention it here and now. Like, when Nikki was pregnant with Lachlan, she was, how far along was she? But I think it was over like, it was relatively early on. She was probably like a few months pregnant with Lachlan. It wasn't super far along, but we were in a Walmart. She wasn't feeling well, so we went to Walmart to get some like different medicines and stuff. We didn't have any in our apartment. And while in the like pharmacy area of the Walmart, Nikki got super pale and like dizzy. And then while we're just like standing there, she passed out, fainted, and just like dropped. And I caught her as she was falling and like lowered her to the floor. But like from standing up and like, I'm just not feeling super good, to passed out on the floor. And like I had somebody, a lady that was standing nearby. I yelled at her to call 911. The ambulance came. They got her, loaded her up onto like the stretcher thing, brought her into the ambulance. And they checked her out. She came to and seemed fine. But the ambulance guys were like, we really think you should probably go get checked out at the hospital, especially because she is pregnant at the time. Like, I think it's the safest thing to do. We can drive her over there. Or you can try to drive her over there yourself. But if you do that, if something happens to her in the car, if she passes out again in the car or something happens, you won't be able to help because you'll be driving. So they really like pressured me and her into letting them take her to the hospital. And at the time, naive little me was like, yeah, no, I think it's better to be safe than sorry. I'd rather like medical supervision prevail and you guys handle this. I'll meet you over at the hospital. So I drove separately behind the ambulance. They took her, did all these tests and everything, figured it out. Nothing was wrong. They never figured out what happened. It was probably just like a series of things. But yeah, she fainted in the Walmart, and then an ambulance ride to the hospital later and a ton of tests. They were like, we don't know. That all told cost us like, I think the final total was somewhere between $3,000 and $5,000. No cap. That one event like totally changed my opinion, like 180 degrees on like the healthcare system in America. Because previously I was like, rah, you should help yourself, figure it out yourself, go take personal responsibility, get a real job, like that kind of thing. But after that, I was like, we live in allegedly the best country on earth. And you're telling me if somebody has a health scare and asks to go to the hospital, you are going to potentially financially ruin them. Because when you're broke, like if that had happened to me in college, like my credit score is done. I can't pay that. My credit score is done. I'm not buying a house. I'm not buying a car anywhere in the next 10 to 20 years. Like I'm screwed because that's going to collections. The whole thing is falling apart. And the only way you get around that is if you pay for health insurance at like between $600 to $1,000 a month to get good health insurance. That will then make that $5,000 more like $700. But you're paying $800 a month. On top of that. So like that whole thing totally changed my mind on all of it. And I was like, you should not have your life ruined because something out of your control happened. And then a bunch of greedy assholes at the hospital are going to swoop in, pressure you into taking the hospital ride or the ambulance ride, not telling you that it's like going to cost you thousands of dollars. And then you get the bill weeks later and you just got to deal with it. Like, it's just insane. It's just insane. And my stance now is like, if we are actually like the best country in the world, and if we can afford to spend, $500 billion on all this random stuff, we should be able to figure out a way, to protect our citizens and make sure that if they need life-saving care, they don't deny it because they're worried it's going to bankrupt their family. Because that's what inevitably happens. It was like the one of the big points in Breaking Bad is that in Breaking Bad, Walter White is like really questioning whether or not he should even get the treatment because it's going to bankrupt his family. And it pushes him into doing all this crazy stuff to get the money to do it. Because him turning it down would tear his family apart. And it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous that is. I think it was a meme somebody put together. It was Breaking Bad if it took place in Germany or I think maybe the UK or something like that. And he finds out he has cancer and she's like, how are we going to pay for this, Walt? And then they cut another thing and she's like, oh, never mind. And then the movie's over, like the show's over. Credits roll. And it's like, oh, he never needed to go into meth cooking because he didn't have to come up with hundreds of thousands of dollars out of nowhere to be able to pay for that. That's just kind of screwy. Jay, double spinal surgery that saved me from being in a wheelchair cost me nothing but a percentage of my wage I pay every month, under 10% of my earnings. That's insane. And where are you, Jay? Are you also in the UK as well? Because that's just insane. It's way more than 5 billion. It's like 500 billion or something like 50. Yeah, I think it's like 500 billion or something. It's just like that whole thing is just absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, UK. It's just absolutely insane that your life can be ruined over something like a stupid accident or something totally beyond your control. And I think it's just insane. Rocky, it's 4 a.m. Laters. Yeah, go get some sleep, my dude. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, there's got to be a better way, right? There's got to be a better way because that's insane. And so, like, for her, I really hope the best for her. I hope she gets some help financially to pay for this. Even if she does like a GoFundMe or something, I think people would pitch in. But it's just insane. It's a lot of people arguing for just sucking it up and, who are defending the modern healthcare system. A lot of them are financially well off and can afford the $1,000 a month it is to have decent healthcare. It's weird that once you're rich, you're fine with things as they are, But I think like there needs to be more heart to hearts with this type of thing. Like, where you just ask people, like, okay, really, like, do you think it should cost you 2 to 3 months' wages to just have an ambulance take you to the hospital because you were worried you were dying? Or should that just be something your government does for you to protect its citizens? Like, surely. But I don't know. Let's see, John, I got in an accident that blew out my hip. The medical people kept hounding me for almost $1 million. We have insurance, but I was out of network, which means more hoops to jump through. Jeez, man. Yeah. That's insane. Well, I just had to go get actual big boy health insurance myself for my family, and it is ridiculous. Remember that dude that increased the HIV drug cost by 1,000% overnight, and his court appeal was my only duty is to my shareholders? Well, yeah. And really, like, I think it's only because he was getting such bad press that he got caught and had to deal with the repercussions of his actions. But technically speaking, like on the books, there's not that much, like, if he was a little more subtle and a little more careful and not as braggadocious doing that as he was, he probably would have never been caught. And there's a lot of people out there that do the same thing every day and that you just don't see. My brother, he has to get these infusions for the really rare form of arthritis he has. And those infusions are like, each one that he does, I forget how often he does it, like maybe once a month or once every 2 weeks or something. Every single time he has to get the infusion, it's like a $20,000 charge, an infusion. $20,000. And so he's still on my parents' healthcare. And so they meet their deductible in the first like week of January. So then for the rest of the year, the like healthcare whatever has to pay for all of it. But like, unless you're one of those people, like they still have to pay insanely high insurance fees. They just are in the 1/10 of 1% that happen to burn through all of that cost. But My cousin lives in the U.S. He needs insulin. It costs $2.50 here, and it's like $800 here there. When he comes over here, meet the family, he takes a whole bunch. Good. I know. What's his name? The Mark Cuban. He's started a new like medicinal company where it's like RX cheaper. I forget what it's called, but he started a basically pharmacy, a digital pharmacy online where you can order your medications and they charge cost plus 15%. And then I think it's like $5 shipping or something. He said, regardless of the prescription, that's what we charge. And he was asked by the interviewer, like, well, then how have you not gone like out of business? Why is this not a thing? Why haven't other companies done this? Because shouldn't the free market allow for competition where that drives costs down? And he said, well, normally a company that would do this would be founded by a few people. And then those few people would go in and they would charge, a really healthy fee. They get a ton of business. And then the big pharma companies would come in and offer the founders $100 million to just go away, to sell the company to them. It's $100 million. So they say, okay, screw it. Yeah, we'll do it. And so they get bought out and it shuts them down. And the founders get what they want. They made a ton of money and they go off and live their dreams and live their best life. Meanwhile, the customers are still dealing with the high costs because the big pharmaceutical companies just buy out all the competition that would force their prices down. And the reason why like Mark Cuban is able to do that and be successful is because he said he has FU money. He has enough money where he can just say, screw you. You're not going to tell me what to do. You're not going to buy me out. Because I think the way he put it was, my next dollar is not going to change my life in a really quantifiable way. My standard of living is where it is and I'm used to it and I can maintain it where I'm at. I don't need another $100 million. Like, would I like it? Sure. But I'm not going to like sacrifice all of my ethics and integrity at the altar of $100 million. He's like, that I don't care that much. So I don't have insurance. Something happens, put me down like Old Yeller. Yeah. Look at the trauma team in Cyberpunk. Literally, the concept of that is a big poke to the medical industry. Expect hyperinflation since trauma teams clients get charged every minute. Yeah, and that's why like Cyberpunk, it hits a little close to home. When like if you watched Edge Runners, what happened with like what's his name? The main character's name. What is his name? It's not Michael. What is his name? Oh, that's gonna drive me crazy. What is his name? Main character in Edge Runners. Somebody's gonna say it in chat, and then like 50 people are gonna say it all at once. David, yes, David, that's what it is. You're right. But David, that whole thing that happened with him and his mom at the beginning of the show, that happens like all the time in America now. We're like, oh, you have cancer. Can you afford this $500,000 surgery and chemo thing? No? I guess you can rub oil on it or something. I hope that works. Like, it's insane. It's insane. We should be better than that, but I'll shut up now. Let's see. Yeah, I believe his words were, I can't be bought. Yeah, it was really refreshing. Reginald. Yeah, Reggie. Nookin Futz. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Let's see. Rad, good to see you. Thanks for coming by. In Germany, part of my salary goes into health insurance. We are forced to pay, but if something happens, we don't have to pay. Some people say, why do I have to pay even when nothing serious happens? Depends on the person. Yeah. The grass is always greener, and I'm sure there's people there who are like, I just, where's my freedom? I need my freedom to do whatever I want, and I don't want to pay into it. I'm healthy. And like I said, I had that attitude until something happened with my wife where like, even though it wasn't likely, something happened and then we had to deal with it, Okay, let's react to these last two little stories, and then we will hop on to some Dead Space and rock and roll. It will be good. So this story comes from Jacob. Ooh, Basit, thank you. 200 rupees, I think is what that is. Pretty sure. Is it gonna pop off? It might not. I love how topic shifted from geographical locations to game reviews, to games to reviews, to now late stage capitalism, LMAO, ADHD, and stream format. You're damn right. That's what we bring to the table. Okay, this next story Jacob found. It is kind of, it's kind of funny, but I figured we should talk about it because I also have another video from a smaller YouTuber I just want to react to because it's also a little insane, and I've mentioned it before. But ooh, there it goes. Now it pops off. Hold on. We'll start it. I don't know why it's delayed sometimes. It's gonna read it. Apparently not. I don't know why. Okay. So let's talk about this article right here. Gaming can kill children with undiagnosed heart issues, scientists say. Call of Duty style multiplayer war games were found to be the most frequent trigger for blackouts, which can be the first sign of dangerous conditions from which some gamers have already died. Playing video games could cause life-threatening cardiac arrhythmias in children with undiagnosed heart conditions, a scientific report has found. So, shocker, if you have an undiagnosed heart condition and then you play something that stresses you out, it could be bad for you. That is that's basically this story. Make of that what you will. So, video games, quote, may represent a serious risk to some children with arrhythmic conditions. They might be lethal in patients with predisposing but often previously unrecognized arrhythmic conditions. Children who suddenly lose consciousness while electronic gaming should be... I'm sorry, it's such a boomer thing. Electronic gaming. What do you do on YouTube, Luke? Oh, I cover electronic gaming. Oh, cool. It should be assessed by a heart specialist, as this could be the first sign of a serious heart problem. I hate, like, this is serious, yes, and you know, people have died who get into this situation. They give one example of one such instance, and it's tragic and terrible, and you know, we wish everybody the best and don't want anything bad to ever happen to anybody, of course. But like, this whole article to me is just kind of like a no duh thing, where like, yes, if you have an undiagnosed heart condition that like can cause cardiac arrest from stress inducing things, stressful video games could trigger it. It's like, yeah. Yes. True. Like, you know what also would? Like playing football, playing soccer, trying to figure out where the last piece of that puzzle went that you lost. You know, all of that would trigger this. So, you know, it's real convenient. It's Babe and Baby. Perfect time to finish that story. It's Babe and Baby. Hi, baby. Hi. Oh, your hair is so cool today. Hello, everybody. Merp. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Yeah? Did you have breakfast?
Yeah. Do you smell me? I smell like maple.
Yeah, I do smell like maple.
Smell Mama. She smells like barbecue chips.
Oh, jeez. You're so handsome. Mama.
Hi, baby. I stand right next to you.
Yeah.
Yeah?
You doing good? What are you going to do today?
You're a little crabby.
Yeah.
I don't know yet. I was going to go to the park, but we're a little accident prone. Oh.
Oh,
We'll have
lost
to
a
do
shoe.
different shoes because these keep falling off.
They're a little big. Hi. Can you say hi to everybody in chat?
Say
Hello.
hi. Can you say hi?
Hello.
We leave our socks on so we can put another pair of shoes on.
What?
He wants his socks off.
These socks are constricting. It's boy. Yeah. You don't like your socks? You don't like your socks? Oh, there it is. Those dogs were barking. There it goes.
They're better.
All free.
I'll better.
Behold defeat. Where are you trying to go?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
I've been here the whole time.
Yeah, his hair looks pretty cool. Yeah, he's pretty cool looking, dude. What time is it where we're at? Right now it is 11:30 a.m. Hi. Hi. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, oh, gross. Mom wants a kiss. Get out of here.
You gonna play some? Are you gonna play in a park maybe? Maybe you're gonna. Yeah, you're gonna go stack some stuff, stack some blocks. What? You wanna walk around a little? Oh, you found a basket. A basket of goodies.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have no idea what we're gonna do.
He's a busy guy. Matt, where you going? Careful.
Jacqueline? No.
Yeah, when he was a baby, it was easy to have him in here. He just like laid on a little bed you'd make for him. Now he's at the size he can pull things down.
Enough.
Hey, it was good seeing you. Me too. It's
We're
okay.
having so much fun.
It's okay.
I'm having a great time. This isn't to cry for help.
I don't have anything fun for him.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Be nice to your mother. He laughs. He's like, oh, what a cool dude. What a cool dude. Yeah, he's a good fella. He's a good fella. Oh, now I have a Nikki hair on me. Let's see. RS Nos. I'm expecting mine in April. Seeing you guys makes me so excited for when my little one comes. Oh, it's amazing. It's great. It's a little stressful. It's, there's a learning curve, especially if it's your first. One thing I wish I had been told, this is weird, and I hadn't heard it from anybody, and I wish I had. But one of the things I wish I had been told was that you should do some like lower back exercises before the baby comes. Like, the thing where like you prop your legs up on the platform and then you lean down and then you swing up and you strengthen the lower back. Do a bunch of those exercises, because what I didn't know was like just how much more you'll be like kneeling down, crouching down, bending over to change diapers and things. Because my day-to-day was like, I wake up, I sit in a chair, I work, and then I go home, I sit down, I walk around, I can run around, I can do whatever. But I like never did anything to stretch or stress my lower back. And so for the first like 2 to 3 weeks of having little Lockie, my lower back killed me. Just destroyed me. So my weird little tidbit of advice: stretch and try to do some exercises for your lower back. Just like Google lower back exercises and stretches, something like that. You will be very glad you did, or rather you'll be very upset if you don't, because it hurts so bad. Like it's bizarre. But that's one thing I never heard from anybody, probably because most people have like a stronger lower back than I do. But it was so bad, like it was actually a problem. Like I would have to like awkwardly crouch down. I felt like a 90-year-old man. And now it's fine because it built up and got stronger over time. But it's one of those things you don't think about, but it'll come back to bite you. It'll come back to bite you. Not Stormy, thanks for sending this again. I mentioned I would respond to it again. What's the difference between these three microphones from the Electronic Voice RE20, RE27N, and RE320? So I investigated all of them. I tried the 27N and the 20. The thing is, like, the RE20 is a classic like radio microphone. This is a broadcasting microphone, so it sounds really good, especially on male voices, which are a little deeper and a little lower. The 3020 and the 27ND are great microphones, but they're a little brighter and they tend to cut out a lot of the bass. So what you'll notice a lot is if you look at like radio broadcasters and things, most of the men will use RE20s. So these, a lot of the women will use 3020s, 27NDs. They'll use the lighter, brighter microphones because it sounds better on their voice. Whereas for a guy, it might lose some of the chutzpah of the voice, right? So I'd say if you have a lower voice, like a baritone to bass, go with the RE20. If you have a higher voice, more of like a tenor to alto, to soprano, a voice in those higher registers, I would go with something brighter because you don't need the lower bassy sounds anyways. But if you have even a moderately deep voice, go for the RE20. You'll be very glad that you did. That's my personal piece of advice. There's a reason this is the standard. Like there's a reason the RE20 is used by like every major broadcaster in the world. Let's see. Silent Loot. Hey Luke, first time in stream by the way. Huge fan of your content and how you look at the art and business that goes into games. Appreciate you. Thanks for coming by, my friend. Glad you like it. Let's see. Just curious, did you name your son because the name in Death Stranding, or is Lachlan a popular name in the US? So his name is technically Lachlan, Lochlan. So how we got it, it's a slightly more rare version of the traditional name, which is Lachlan, which is spelled with an A, or with so it's Lach, instead of Loch. So it's a slightly different way of spelling it. But the reason we spelled it that way is because technically now his name means from the land of the lakes. Nikki's from Minnesota, which is the land of 10,000 lakes. I am predominantly from Scotland and Ireland, also land of the lakes. So we felt like it was a cool play on the meaning of the name, from the land of the lakes. Both of his parents are from the land of the lakes, so he's ultimately from the lands of the lakes. So we just thought it was kind of a cool name, and also it's a very uncommon name, and we liked the idea of him having a name that not everybody in preschool is going to have, and that will be a little more unique. Then RE20 is good for me. Is the XLR cables good? I got it from Bang Megami. Yeah, no, regular XLR cables should be good. So he was named after the Enlightenment philosopher John Locke. Well, Khosra, funny you bring that up because I actually asked Nikki. I was like, if we're gonna name him Lachlan, can we name him Lachlan John Stevens? He'll have LJS, which are my initials. So that's cool. And it's like a flipped version of John Locke, the Enlightenment philosopher, who's really responsible for a lot of modern thought. And Nikki didn't like the idea of him being named after an Enlightenment philosopher. So she just decided James was a good alternative, and I couldn't fight her on that. So that's where it was. But if I had my way, I would have had him be named Lachlan John. Yeah, for that very reason. When is the Nvidia video on the lore of Lachlan? Yeah, we'll get there eventually. The last thing I want to show is just this little YouTube short I saw of this crazy guy, Kent Hovind, talking about how he thinks video games should not just be like avoided, but he thinks that they should be entirely banned. And I just thought that this was kind of funny, so I figured we would watch it. It's from a YouTuber named Atheist Jr. Goes by AJ. Go check him out if you are interested. He makes really good stuff, and he covers a bunch of this Kent Hovind stuff, which is always very funny.
His reasons that video games should be banned, not that kids should play less of them. They should be banned until they turn 13 years old. Not even one round of Pac-Man, according to Kent.
Number one, physical impairments. They sit around all day and they get fat. Brain damage, sleep deprivation.
It gives you brain damage and sleep deprivation, and it makes you fat. This is what video games do to you.
Aggression, violence. Do you think there's aggression in the video game? Mental illness. They're losing out in school. Poor social relationships.
It's just always funny to me. For one, gamers have been shown to have much higher reaction times. Gamers are disproportionately much safer drivers. Like by a lot. It's kind of insane. It's actually really cool because gamers like become acclimated to fast reactions, and then you see like something coming and you can quickly react to it. So actually gamers tend to be much safer drivers, which I find just a little funny, because it works out your brain. It doesn't just work out, you know, something physical. Physicality, I think that this is a concern. Definitely. If you do sit on your ass all day just playing video games, yeah, you're not getting a lot of exercise. It's not good for you. You should get up and move around. Absolutely. But does playing video games make you fat? No, not like exercising and having an unhealthy diet makes you fat. So, you know, it's like saying you shouldn't play any sports because football gives you CTE. It's like, no, there's a safer way to play sports. You don't have to get CTE if you play sports. You know, there's other avenues to go. But you know, it's just the stereotypical quick one-liner of things like that gamers do. He heavily implies like being a gamer also like can make you disproportionately more likely to be like a school banger, you know, if you know what I'm talking about. He implies that constantly because he's part of the same group that thought the Columbine massacre was because they were playing like Grand Theft Auto, even though Grand Theft Auto wasn't like a mainstay game series at that point, which is just bizarre. But anyway,
They are unemployable. They
gamers are unemployable. I will just leave that there. I was playing games constantly and also running a YouTube channel discussing games while I was working in commercial real estate. A very serious, very much a big boy job. And the only reason I left there is because I was making a lot more on YouTube, and I've continued to make a lot more on YouTube. And also because I wanted to spend time with my family, a family I got by socializing and doing things that Kent also suggests are impossible for for children or for gamers to do.
They played games so much, Mama says, "Good morning, son."
Yeah, that's literally never happened. Okay, brain damage? Brain damage. Are you kidding me? So do you have a source for this at all, Kent?
AJ, or Atheist Jr., speaks the truth. He tells...
I don't know who that last guy
that
is.
kid-
But yeah, it's really fun. I you know, funnily enough, this is the guy I was working with Modern Day Debate. We were actually going to try to do a debate with him on video games being bad for you, because he has a very firm stance. Nobody, especially, you know, the youth, nobody should play video games. And I was really excited to start like a debate with him and actually sit down and be like, for one, do you have any studies or research that backs up any of this? Or is all of this just your gut feeling? Turns out all of it's his gut feeling. But also, like, I was excited to talk about all of the examples we have of people who have made lifelong friends through video games, who have met their spouses through video games, people who have been able to stay in contact during COVID lockdowns and things. And I would bring up COVID lockdowns because he's also like, he thinks the whole thing was a conspiracy and the whole thing was fake. And, you know, he's a big anti-vaxxer, all that. So it would be funny to get him started on that. I was really looking forward to it. It was going to be really fun. Yeah, Michael, exactly. It was going to be really cool. It was going to be fun. But he has apparently done a bunch of stuff recently that basically has gotten him banned from a lot of, like, even the hardcore, like, we are a free open platform debate platforms. He's screwed up so often that they don't even want to deal with him now. So maybe it'll happen one day. I don't love the idea of platforming him, but I think it would be so thoroughly entertaining and funny that it would probably be worth it. Because he also can't go 5 minutes without saying that evolution is fake and is a dumb religion. And then he also just casually throws out all sorts of crazy things like, you know, oh, well, you know, Noah's Ark landed, you know, about 4,000 years ago, and they had all of the dinosaurs on the boat, and they were probably babies, you know. It's like he casually throws out the most like, hold on, time out. That was like a little insane. Can you explain that a little, please? He just doesn't throw it, you know, he doesn't skip a beat. It would be really entertaining and really fun, and maybe one day we'll manage it. I wish we could, but you know, at least this year, it seems like it was not meant to be. January, I said this year I want to do more collabs. I want to do debates. I want to do stuff like that and really cross over. And I try, you know, I've worked with Maddie. I've worked with Joel Raptor. You know, we've done a lot of stuff. But the debates just haven't been something that's lined up. Part of it, modern day debate, they shifted more and they started doing a lot more debates focused on like, you know, the standard stuff you would expect, like religion and politics and things. And they sort of deprioritized what I wanted to tackle, which was like, are video games bad for you? Should kids play video games and things? Which, depending on the way that you phrase the question, it's kind of an interesting topic, because it would be like, okay, should kids play video games? Like, if I engage in that debate, then I'm taking the affirmative. I say yes. So I have a positive case to prove then that playing video games would be a good thing to do and would be a net positive. Whereas the opponent, my interlocutor, could just be like, I'm not convinced. Maybe not. But you got to convince me. And that could be relatively interesting. Whereas if we flip it and we say like video games should be banned, then Kent has the positive claim. Kent has to defend that, and he has to figure it out. You know, that guy hates gamers and definitely watches Thursday, Friday, Saturday college, and Sunday night football. So unemployable. Yeah, it's just so funny. Like, it's also something like there are some of these. It's not just, to be clear, it's not just like pastors and stuff. It's also people like, you know, Gavin McGinnis, the guy that founded what's it called? Something Boys, Proud Boys. Like, he started that, and he's famously like ranted against video games because he debated like Destiny, and Destiny plays video games all the time. I think Destiny was playing video games while he was debating Gavin, and Gavin's like, yeah, video games are like a sign of you having no game with the women and stuff like that. You know, it's just, there's all sorts of people that do this, but a lot of the time, yeah, maybe it's just boomers. I think a lot of the time it's just probably that they got frustrated that somebody that they wanted to hang out with, or like a grandson or something, wanted to play video games instead of hang out with crazy grandpa Kent. And so they just assumed it's all terrible and like, no, nobody should ever play video games. It's all terrible. It's awful. He might ban football because people enjoy it too much. Yeah. I debated this topic in college and was assigned the video games do cause violence position. Hard to read some, or had to read some interesting theories. Yeah, and there's like, I think the point to drive home is, can you draw a correlation? Yeah, probably. But you can draw a correlation between a lot of things. Like, okay, the number of people, like the number of Nazi war criminals who also drank water to hydrate. Pretty strong correlation. Does that mean that it's causation related? Like, no, of course not. And so like young kids nowadays, pretty much everybody plays video games. They're ubiquitous at this point with the younger generations. So of course you're going to see that a lot of those people play video games. Are you going to see that a lot of people who have issues with violence play video games? Sure. But I would argue the potential is very high, and there's been a couple studies that have actually shown it. I did some research while we were working on potentially doing this debate. There's a lot of interesting studies where playing video games for people predisposed to violent behavior can actually be a net positive because it allows basically a release. It can be like cathartic for them, where they want to be violent and they want to go out and punch some stuff, but they get that violent urge out through video games, where they can run around, they can shoot their friends in a video game, and that releases that aggression, and then they can go to bed happy and satisfied. You know, like, it doesn't necessarily feed it and make it worse. Yeah, it's bad because kids have heart attacks, Luke. Corey, you're right. Oh man, I forgot. Do you not care about the kids? That's the kind of debater this guy is, though, is that he would just be like, do you not care about the children? What about the children? The children that are dying because of heart attacks. What about the children? Do you not care about? Do you hate children? Yeah, it's like, that is one of the most dishonest dodges to the topic I've ever heard. Just dropping in to say, don't forget to like the stream, Logang. Yes, everybody, if you could, make sure to hit the like button. It does actually help. Rocky is right. It does actually help. So I would appreciate if you guys would hit the like button. I won't like make it super toxic and harp on it too long. But if you do like the video, if you haven't already, I would be eternally grateful. Because I know there's people out there who are like, other people have liked it. Like maybe the audio's playing through your phone and you're off doing something else and you're like, no, it's probably fine. I know you're out there. I get it. I'm the same person when I am listening to streams. But if you take like the 10 seconds to do it, I would actually appreciate it. And I'll leave it there. I love it when I'm watching a video and then like the creator breaks the fourth wall and is like, you know what? No, I'm a dislike. Yeah. I love it when that happens though, when it's like, you kind of break the fourth wall a little bit and you're like, make sure to like and subscribe. Also, I'm sorry I have to ask you to like and subscribe all the time. I know it's super cringy and stupid. I'm just told that this is what gets YouTube engagement higher. So I'm going to keep doing it. You know, I love it. I love it. Damn it, I get called out. Yeah, sorry, my friend. Sorry, I got to do it. Daniel, good to see you. Good to see you. Video games should be declared as an adults-only entertainment media. Yeah, I'm still confused about that. That adults-only rating for that new Assassin's Creed game. That was really weird. That was really, really weird. Are you streaming on YouTube now instead of Twitch? Yeah, Payne. I think we're gonna stick it out on YouTube. Twitch is just, it's kind of a sinking ship as far as I can tell, and it's it's yeah, I think YouTube's the place to be. We're making less money over here, but I think in the long term we'll be better off. Though then again, this stream has been very successful, so I think we're probably better off on YouTube today, you know, versus being on Twitch. But it's been good, and everybody's response has been really positive. Being able to like pause the stream, rewind, you know, continue going on, has been really, really beneficial to a lot of people. So I think we'll stick it out. YouTube stream quality though. Yeah. What is the stream quality like for everybody? I would be interested because I've heard more generally, Mahir, that the quality is actually higher than people were seeing on Twitch. But if it's not, I mean, let me know. I would be interested. I would be interested in hearing what you think of it, because if there's something I'm missing, maybe I need to change settings or something. Let's see, Daniel, I aspire to be like you. I'm not even joking. You're so well spoken and just informed. You're the best man. Much love. Oh, Daniel, you're too sweet. You're too sweet. Thank you, my friend. I'm just some moron that talks about video games. Like, don't get your hopes up. I'm not that cool. But I do appreciate it. So thank you. Thank you. Imperium, I like that as an amends for not following your advice on the previous stream about not buying the 4090. You bought the 4090. You got one, Imperium? You got one? When I woke up at like 7, they were all sold out. Like it was already gone. Thank you, Thomas, for becoming a member. Thomas Mullins III. Thank you, my friend. Been a good day, good stream for subs and donos. Yeah, no kidding. But see, it's honestly the same as any video. It goes from 144p to, I think, 720 or 1080p for most streams. It should be 1080p. Fine on my end. It's great. It looks very good, being consistent. Much better person on YouTube. It's really good. Looking good. It's okay. It's perfect. Okay, perfect. Perfect. How do you personally measure a successful stream? Just wondering. Well, for me, I'd say probably the clearest thing is, Zerfy, you're our moron that talks about video games. Yeah, exactly. I think for me, it's activity on like in chat. If we don't have memberships, if we don't have like donos and things, like it's not that big of a deal. Like it's not that big of a deal. But when we have like an active chat and we're vibing, you know, and we're chilling and we're working together and having a great time. That for me is like, that was a good stream, you know, like maybe I should care more about like revenues and stuff, but for me, it's predominantly just a measure of like, was chat active? Were people having a good time? Were we vibing and flowing pretty well? Then usually I think we're good. The reason I think mostly we wrap up around 2 p.m. is that, so like 2 hours from now, is because right around then is when the number of people in chat is starting to dip off because people, depending on time zones, are either like going to bed or they're getting off work, and they got to go eat dinner. You know, it kind of changes things. That I think is usually when we hop off, just because like the chat starts to kind of trail off, and that's when I'm like, okay, I feel like we ran this out, you know. Corey, AI art, Luke, thoughts? And it brings up some really interesting ideas of ethics in art and things, but pretty clearly I think AI, as it grows and develops, like concept artists won't be a thing anymore. It just won't. I've made a few thumbnails using AI stuff. That thumbnail for the GTA 6 leaks, I didn't want to show any clips, like actual pictures of the leaks, because I didn't want to get taken down. So I just like asked DALL-E 2 to generate GTA 6 leaked screenshot, and like straight up, it looked great. It looked actually real. Like it was like, that's most definitely what's up. You know, it was crazy. It was crazy. And that's going to happen more and more and more and more. And eventually, you know, I'll probably be able to just tell them like, oh, we're going to like, I'll be able to tell DALL-E, make a YouTube thumbnail in the style of Luke Stevens or Luke Stevens' main channel, about trying Anthem again. And then it'll just generate it and then we're good. So that type of thing is going to happen without a doubt. Codename Frost. Rock and roll. Is going to read it. No, it's good. I think what it is it will play the notification if it's above $1 and under $5, but it won't do the text to speech. But if it's over $5, it reads the text to speech as well. I think that's what it is. Because that's been the consistent thing. I've been trying to figure out why the like dono or the super chat notifications are kind of inconsistent, and I think that's why. Logo on the back of t-shirts and hoodies merch. I would be down. Maybe like a limited run where we just do like, I don't know, I like the idea of the limited runs. I don't really like the idea of doing like hundreds of units or just endless like Teespring things. I like the idea of it being a little more specialized. So maybe we do something like that where we do like, we have 20 hoodies, first come, first serve. And once they're gone, they're gone. You know, something like that. Something like that. I'd be down for that. That's most definitely what's up, Tubes. Spooky Uncle, you know what's up. That's what's up. That's what's most definitely what's up. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Keeping it real, Cobes. Yeah, one for the mods. Oh, I definitely would set aside merch for the mods. So I think that could be cool. I think that'd be cool. Let's see. Tuxedo. Now it is almost noon. Almost noon. Let's see. Don't you technically get more out of the main channel with sponsors and whatnot? Yeah, no, technically we do, but we're trying to diversify. And as the live channel grows, the hope is eventually that just starts generating, you know, a good amount of money as well. And so we have a little more variability. So if the main channel has an off week, then we make it up in the clips channel. You know, that's the hope. That's the hope. I genuinely love these streams and appreciate everyone. Awesome, Zerfy. I'm glad. They're sick. Good. Sick. Got a cough. Yeah. No, I have fun. I look forward to these. We is vibing. You're damn right. Just follows the IG. Where's the sword supposed to be from? Oh, the Daniel, the sword is like, I'm assuming you mean that one that's on the wall behind me. There, my arm doesn't bend that way. That one is modeled after the sword that the Lady of the Lake gave to King Arthur. I don't know what like the exact descriptions, but that's what I was told, and it also just looks really cool, so I got it. Yeah, Forum, you got a gift membership. I believe it was Michael. Michael sent out a gift, a bunch of gifteds. On what days do we stream? Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We might be adding up more streams by the end of the year. Certainly, I think next year, starting in January, we'll probably go 4 to 5 days a week. Because I feel like we have enough stuff to talk about and to handle that we would be able to fill it up relatively easily. So I think so. Now you need a silver sword. You're damn right we do. Beseat 20 hoodies. Hello, Luke Preem. Dude. Main channel transitions to do full-time Doki Doki content. Yeah. I think it'd be great. I think that'd be great. Fitted hats with the logo would be dope. You don't want those trucker hats, those whatever they call them, the trucker, like those MAGA hats, but it's just like a Luke Stevens logo. That's most definitely what's up, tubes. That's most definitely what's up. Yeah, speaking of the 4090, it was 6 minutes after release. I looked just for fun, and Best Buy was already sold out. Guess people's are still into $1,000 GPUs. And I think there's a lot of people who are ordering them thinking that they can flip them like last time. And they're going to be sorely surprised when they realize that people are not going to do that. I don't think. Like, it's not COVID. People don't have $1,200 stimmy checks to spend on this stuff. That was a big part of the reason that stuff happened, and I don't think it's going to happen this time around. I think those scalpers are going to start. They're going to hold on to them. They're probably going to try to sell like the 4090s they got for $1,600. They'll probably try to sell them for like $1,900. I think we'll see a lot of that, but they're not going to move very quickly. And over time, like Micro Center is going to fill up with inventory, and it's going to be kind of a mainstay. It is really annoying though that like the bots go in and just buy up all these graphics cards. Like, I kind of wish that Steam would do something like you could order it through Steam, but you have to have had an account worth or that was active over the course of like 6 months or something. I think that would be cool. Just to maintain it so actual gamers get it and it's not just like a bunch of scalpers, you know? I dribbled. I have a drinking problem. That's most definitely what's up, tubes. My grandma would always call that a leaky lip. Because we would have babies over there all the time, and when the baby was like drinking out of a bottle and the milk would just like drip down their face, we would always say they have a drinking problem and they have a leaky lip. So when I drink and I'm like, oh, I got a leaky lip. Is there a Luke Stevens MAGA hat that says keep Luke Stevens great again? Yeah, the Doki Doki stream is still being talked about. What a special time. Yeah, it's memorable. The people who are here for it, you know. I have heard a good number of people actually went back and checked it out again. Which is just funny. But a good number of people went back and actually finished the Doki Doki stream because they missed it live, which I like it. So you're right, Whirlybird. Dead Space time. It is time. We got through our news stories. We're feeling good. We're rocking and rolling. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna go on a quick little bathroom break, and then we're gonna be back and we're gonna get some Dead Space going and keep working through it. Hold on, it's powering on. Come on, there we go. We'll get that going. I'm going to go use the restroom. I suggest all of you do too. Make Lukey Dookie again. That one would take some explaining. Yeah, if you can see chat in the VOD, I have no idea what we were talking about either. Yeah, there should be a way to do chat replay. It should be allowed. See what's going on in Iran? No, I have not looked at the news today. So that's probably why. Hopefully, I mean, I've seen stuff about protests because of that lady that was killed, which is horrible. But I haven't seen any updates recently on it. I know that people were gonna, like, we're going out hard. So let's do this, and we'll be back very, very shortly. Okay, everybody, hold down the house. Hold on, let me do this. Can't stop laughing. We'll play this again. We'll play this again because I don't think this will get copyright struck. Okay, we will be back.
Nobody serenades you but me, Bats.
Sing it, Joker!
Take it away, boys. Take me on home to the asylum. Never alone in the asylum. Anarchy ruled, it was wild, but through it all you never smiled. Joke's on you, I'm in your head, so look who's laughing now. Remember in Arkham City, I killed your girl, so pretty. That was the night you let me die. But when I looked you in the eye, that's when I knew we'd be together. Look who's laughing now. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. Ah, I feel you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I am the clown, prince of crime. And we've had a hell of a time. You're part of me, I'm part of you. And now there's nothing left to do. I just can't wait till I'm in control. Who'll be laughing then? I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. Oh yeah, I think I can taste your fear. Now that my time is near, I'm in your blood, I'm so alive. I only wish you'd let me drive. It won't be long till I make you kill. Who'll be laughing then? Barbara's dead and I'm laughing. Ah! Jason Todd's dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm even dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. I'm cock-a-doodle-doo. All because of you. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. Ah, I fill you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. I filled you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. There's nothing like a comeback, is there, Matt? Let's go again. Take me on home to the asylum. Never alone in the asylum. Anarchy ruled, it was wild, but through it all you never smiled. Joke's on you, I'm in your head, so look who's laughing now. Remember in Arkham City, I killed your girl, so pretty. That was the night you let me die. But when I looked you in the eye, that's when I knew we'd be together. Look who's laughing now. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. Ah! I feel you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I am the clown,
I'm back.
Of crime.
I'm the clown prince of crime. Let's do this. Are you ready? Are you ready? Hold on, where's my camera? Boom. Let me swap inputs. Okay. Swap over. Okay. No other Batman villain can top the Joker. Dude, for real. It's just, he's so good. He's so good. And honestly, it's one of the big question marks for Gotham Knights right now is whether or not they can manage to even be moderately competitive in comparison, because he's just so good. Okay. We are going to keep grinding. All this. Oh, pop. Guess where I'm watching the stream from? I'm gonna guess the toilet. That's my guess. It's my official guess. Oh, goodness. I love it. We are two of a kind, violent, unsound of mind. So good. So freaking good. Okay, here. Volume. Okay. Let's... I turned down the wrong volume knob. Let's keep going. Where were we? Okay, we go up here, go to the bridge. Let's go, let's get it. Let's get it. Get the bugs fixed. We are currently playing on the Xbox Series S. It's just more stable. And this represents a much more OG version of the game. And because I'm playing it before the remake, to specifically be able to see what they changed in the remake, I feel like this is the way to do it. Because I think when I do the side-by-side comparisons with this, and I can be like, yeah, guys, this is how much better it is. It's like night and day. Look. What? Okay, that was weird. Okay. Man, this game looks low res on Xbox. I wonder what is the native... Hold on, where's my mouse? Let me look up native render resolution Dead Space. The original render resolution. The 12... No... Okay, on the flip side, if you render the game at 720 while still in 4:3, no. Dead Space, article from November 13th, 2008. Does it say what the render resolution is? The video played directly VP6 file is 720p though. Native support. It doesn't say. I wonder. I would think probably 720p. I'm surprised 720p looks this chunky, but I think it's primarily because there's like no anti-aliasing going on, and that's what you're seeing with like the really jagged edges along the edges of his suit. Because normally an image like this is anti-aliased to smooth out all those edges, and now that it doesn't have that, it seems really low res, when in reality, like, it normally wouldn't look this bad. It just looks that bad because it's not anti-aliased. Because back in the day, that was like a really expensive thing to do in terms of rendering. So they just don't. Ooh, you see that? You see that? You see that, tubes? Little blue fill light. Ooh, what if we shook it up? What if it goes red? Oh, it's spoopy. Oh my God, it's so spoopy. What if we go, oh, I pressed the wrong button. What if we go green? What if we go red again? What about back to blue? That's pretty spoopy. It's pretty spoopy. pretty damn spoopy. Low-key, Luke's Joker is actually pretty good. Sounding like in between Troy Baker and Mark Hamill's. I see those acting chops coming through. Oh, there's... you have to be careful because there's nothing quite as cringy as somebody trying to do a Joker impression who can't actually do it. Like, we all know that there's that really horrible, like, YouTube video that some dude filmed in his bedroom. He, like, did the makeup, and he's trying to do his Joker laugh, like, in 2008, right after Dark Knight came out. And then his friends come in, and they're like, what's up, dude? And he's like, just practicing being the Joker. Like, yeah. Having fun? It's so uncomfortable. So I always try not to do that. But when I hear him singing, I can't help it. Let me, hold on. I'm going to turn on the noise gate. It's getting hot in here. 2 hours into the stream, you expect it. So I'm going to turn the gate up, and then I'm also going to turn on the AC unit. So if you hear like a little noise buzzing whenever I talk, that's what it is. But hopefully this will like fill it in. The gameplay sounds, I mean. Boom. Let's see, Zaya. Hey, Luke, been watching you for a while. This is the first time seeing. This is the first I'm seeing of live streams on YouTube. Glad you're coming up on my page. Awesome, Zaya. See, guys, that's why we ask to like the stream, because it actually makes a difference. It helps. So I'm glad you came. I appreciate you. Okay. We did it. How many chapters are in the game? I would guess 12. 12 seems like a good number. Especially because they're all taking almost exactly an hour. Daniel, thank you.
Come in. Kendra's right. The ADS is completely shut. I'll need your help to fix this. Kendra, if you can hear me, see if you can get to the ship's reports. It sounds like you have better access from there.
When were you going to tell us about the artifact, Hammond? This marker?
I don't know anything about that. It's referenced in the captain's records. They brought it up from the planet.
It's on the ship?
In cargo. They think it's a
I didn't mean to do that.
But I don't know what the hell it is.
Really? CEC didn't know anything about it. You're lying.
Back off! I am not the bad guy here. Ross shake you right now. You're gonna have to trust that I don't know anything about it. We've entered the debris field. Get to the captain's nest. I'll explain everything later. Hammond down.
Okay, let's go. Make sure we stay reloaded. I think what it was, I had this gun equipped and then I did the RB button. So it did the special, like, move thing that it does, and it launched me back because I was so close to the door. Okay, I'm gonna sell these gold circuits.
Take me on home to the asylum. Anarchy rule in the asylum. Ripper blades. Oh, we'll get more ammo as time goes by. There's just something feels weird about buying ammo. But I'll buy a couple of these. Ooh, this is cool.
Those 360 sound effects, man.
Hull breach detected.
Isaac, impact on the bridge, right at your feet. I'm reading heavy damage, but containment looks solid. Life support is stabilized. We've got to get the ADS working.
Any ideas for what we'll play on Friday? I think probably we will spend a good amount of time playing some games that more people can jump into. So like Jackbox, I think, is the easy one. We'll probably play some rounds of chess because I think that'll be super fun. And then we will probably mix in some... I think Fall Guys was something we were going to play back in the day, so maybe we'll do some Fall Guys. That could be fun. Level 3 suit schematic. Boom. I should have upgraded the suit, you're right. Oh, he's real.
Damn, you scared me. The place is making me jumpy. Fucking asteroids coming through the roof. Look, I know Kendra doesn't trust me, but I don't know anything about a marker or anything else. This is supposed to be a repair mission. Plain and simple. This mess is the asteroid defense system. I can fix these boards when the main power routing is shot. You're gonna have to reroute them manually through at least 3 junction boxes to activate the primary cannon.
Okay.
Oh, but first, you need to activate the atrium elevators from bridge security. You can use them to get to the junction boxes.
Okay.
By the way, Isaac, be careful. I saw something out there. I don't know what. I only got a glimpse. But it was big.
Great.
Really big.
Yeah, he was in the opening, but then he disappeared for like 3 hours. Is it subs only or everyone in general? I think, Corey, probably what we'll do is we'll do everyone for this Friday, and then I think I'm gonna start scheduling out member-only streams for anybody who's a member, and we'll do those like same time once a month or something, where we all play games together and do stuff, but it's just members. I think we'll do something like that, because that sounds just like it'd be fun. It was big and definitely gonna kill you. Anyway, go do my dirty work. I'm not gonna help.
Shit! Stand back! Oh, that one was dead when I sealed the pod. These things don't die easily.
Jeez, man. Okay, where am I going? Oh my, what is this? Okay. Straight out, up and right. Okay. Can't read like anything. What is this map? It's like all kinds of screwed up. Once a month, like my visits to my dad. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, come off it. Yeah, it's big. It's big. Oh my god, it's so big. Step bro, what are you doing? Oh my god. Okay, I'll see myself out, don't worry. Oh wait, do I have more? There. This will be very useful. I can't dodge that. Like, what am I supposed to do? Freeze it, I guess?
Shoot it in the back, Isaac.
I did it! Get him in the ass, Isaac. I mean the back, Isaac. Fuck. Shit. You know what I mean. Good job. We'll be up in a minute. Okay, that was spoopy, but we did it.
Isaac, make us whole again.
Give you 5K, yeah, for real. I'm gonna spend it on stupid things. Okay, let's maybe we finally can get the suit upgrade. Or were you guys saying that it's mostly rig? It's like even this, we have 2 nodes. We won't even get to the first HP upgrade. We should do it though. One more and we'll get that. So there's a crate. What do we got? What do we got? Okay, medium air cans. So don't really need those too much. Some goodies in here. Where do I need to go? This menu, man. This map is pain. I really can't stand it. I just think it's so stupid. If you win a shitload of money, what would be the stupidest thing you would buy? Oh, geez. Like, if I just had a ton of money, what would I buy? Honestly, I would love to have a big boat. Like, if it depends on how much you mean by a shitload of money. Like, if I had a like yacht kind of money, I would get a yacht, even though that's objectively like a really stupid thing to buy. Because I would love to be able to just sail like to Europe. That'd be great. Be great. But that's not, you know, yacht money is a lot of money. Because you basically have to be okay with burning that cash. I need 8,000 to get the level 3 suit upgrade. So I need 13, 14, 16, 5. Yeah, I can't get there. Damn it. Look, I'm in your walls. Can you please keep it down? please. Have some respect. Arthur. Oh, that's useful. Thank you. How handy. Yeah, we got 800 more there. Yeah, it is through there. We just have to call the elevator. Ooh. A node! I just didn't look close enough. Literally the dumbest purchase, and you live in Colorado. You're damn right I do. I told you, like, what's the stupidest purchase I can make? That.
Atrium elevators are now online.
Okay.
This is mutiny.
We'll find them and sue them.
You'll all be tried for mutiny. Kind, make them listen to reason. Settle down.
I read like a whole Reddit post from somebody, and they were like, I don't know what my problem. I think it was like on Reddit Confessions or something, and it was just somebody who was like, yeah, I don't know what my problem is. I go into like random YouTube streams and videos and stuff, and I find the videos that have 0 dislikes. This was before they got rid of the dislike counter. So I find videos with perfect like ratios, and then I just throw in a dislike. It just makes me feel powerful. I was like, oh, yeah, that I guess I can see why that would make you feel powerful. Stupidest purchase, NFTs. That's the thing. I would never buy NFTs though. And the funniest thing also is like when people say that they're investing
By
in
Maritime Law,
NFTs.
Article 5469, I hereby declare Captain Benjamin Mathias unfit for duty.
The marker must be delivered to the church. Terrence, please.
I'm sorry, Ben, but I can't let you do this.
Traitor. Heretic.
Hold his head.
Murderer.
Hold him.
Oh, Jesus.
Dead. No, it was an accident. I had to stop him. Arrest the doctor.
That was a pretty forceful accident. Let me grab this. Merchant. You're better off investing in Master Art than NFT. It's also when people say that they're investing in crypto. Like, if you want to put your money in crypto, fine. But we need to be clear. Like, it's not investing. Like, it's speculating, and they're different. You know, it's just different. But when people just casually throw out, oh yeah, I invested a ton in Dogecoin, it's not investment. Like, by definition, it's not investment. I saw you coming, biatch. I saw him on the floor. I was like, oh, he ain't dead. He ain't dead. He fine. He's straight bussin'. My uncle invested in crypto. It took off and then it didn't.
Looks like some of the gravity plating is
Yeah.
malfunctioning. Keep an eye out for any kind of distortion effect coming from the floor. It could be dangerous.
Okay. I feel like I missed something. Middle of the game. Have you ever played The Forest? Huh. I have played a little. I have played a.
Reyes donated $4.99 through Super Chat. I know you're in the middle of a game, but you ever play The Forest, and are you interested in the sequel coming out in February?
I have played, again, thank you for the $4.99. Very generous. Appreciate you. I have played a little bit of The Forest back when it was like early access. And I had a decent time with it. With those games, I always just reach the point where I'm like, I feel like I've seen the majority of it, and like I've started to build my base, and it's always when I get to like a decent shed that I end up just giving up and walking away, and I don't know why. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to fix my audio stuff. So I have run into that. Let me do that, and then no, that's not right. I want specifically the alerts to go to a different audio thing. Maybe I can't do it. Fart. Oh well. So yeah, I've played a little bit of it. I never got super into it. I honestly didn't know there was a sequel until this very moment, so that's kind of cool. I'd be down to try it, especially if that's a fun game to play with like members or something. I just got this dude killed. Oops. I invested in crypto and like I barely check it. Honestly, it's probably the, well, it depends on which crypto thing you invested in, right? So that was the hint. I just didn't see it fly up. I saw it dead, but I didn't see it fly up. I thought it was like water, so I was like, oh, maybe it's that the water is what did it. Can I draw this guy into it? That didn't work. Hey, dude. I thought he was gonna die there. So apparently you can just walk next to it. Oops. Come at me, bro. I got tired of waiting. Honestly, smart play for a necromorph. Yeah, can't be mad. Well, I felt the same with No Man's Sky as you felt with The Forest. Once it became available on Game Pass, somehow I find that game fascinating, but I can't get into playing it. Same with Minecraft. Yeah. Oh, dude, I'm screwed. Oh, God, mother. Ah! Okay.
Power transfer to the ADS.
Ship systems, junction box rerouted. I'm making some progress with the tracking grid. One of the cannons is giving me a hard time. Keep moving.
Just casually keep moving as I'm being swarmed by monsters. Like, seriously, what is this menu? Initially it was cool, but now I have no idea what's going on. So this is gonna suck. Run! I'm clipped into him. I'm clipped into him. Okay. Where's the door? Please walk into this stuff. Okay. Okay. ADS, automated dick sucking? Yes. Yes. Oh, come off that. There we go. Force is one game where I just go back to and don't ever mind hopping back in that world. Bring the worst father and not looking for my son. Yeah, I have some games like that too. For me, it's usually like Apex. I can just jump in Apex for a little while, and I have a good time with that. Damn it! I need to go back down. Sure looks like it. Or do I have to go down a different... Dude, I don't have the ammo for this. What is glitching out?
Isaac, listen up. I've gone over the MedSci reports. These things are biorecombinators. They take dead tissue, absorb it, and mold it into new forms.
Okay.
One iteration seems to have the sole purpose of infecting corpses. The others, well, seem to be making corpses to infect. And that body tissue we keep seeing on the walls is part of it too. I found a report that says it's a habitat changer.
I can't play Bethesda games after Fallout New Vegas without mods. I'll be real. Fallout New Vegas, it hits different, man. It's good. Whoop. Yeah, I have like actually 1 HP. I don't have a health bar right now. But I don't have any health kits. If I needed air, I'd be fine. Okay, 5 shots there. 6 shots here. 8 shots there. Yeah, that's something. Little more better. Okay. Outer Worlds is pretty amazing. Yeah, Outer Worlds, Outer Wilds is a good time. there's a few games kind of in that same family, like The Raft. I've seen The Raft recommended to me on Steam all the time, but I know like nothing about it. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's terrible. Have any of you tried The Raft? I don't think I have any nodes. No. To be fair, Fallout New Vegas graphics are dated, but damn the mods. Yeah, the mods help a lot. It's still like, we tried to do, well, I did that revisit, like, oh, I tried Fallout New Vegas again, and it was kind of a bit of a system shock to be like, oh shit, it is like pretty buggy. It's got some problems. Games like New Vegas could really benefit from a remake, not Horizon, for real, dude. It just irks me that people still defend and will buy the crap out of like a Horizon remake. Oh, come on, man. I don't have the shit for this. Like, I'm fine if the game is difficult, but when it feels like straight up impossible because there's just not enough ammo, it's just not, like, it's not even fun anymore. Okay, we're good in here. Yeah, the Sony boy. So I used to. I think it's why I've been dealing with so many like fanboys recently. I used to really hype up PlayStation. I talked about it all the time. I would usually hype up PlayStation releases. Like, I love me some Last of Us. I did a lot of dedicated videos on PlayStation IP, but I then like I'm in the current arc of calling PlayStation out for their bullcrap, and I'm just sick of some of the crap that they've been pulling. It just drives me crazy. And the clearest example are these remakes. And so I've been calling it out, and people have been freaking out, like, oh, well, no, now you're just like an Xbox, an Xbot. I'm like, no, I am trying to call it out for what I see it as, which is a mess. Okay, they're gonna be right outside. The horror music is playing. Also, the melee is ass in Dead Space. For real, dude. For real. Okay, we're gonna do this. Yeah, Patrick, I thought that was pretty clever, what he did. What is he doing? That was weird. Let's do that then. Oh, dude, I hate this mini-map. Real talk, no cap. Straight bussin'. Drives me crazy. Fallout New Vegas is like Bethesda's redheaded stepchild, part of their family, but they never really accept them as part of their own. It really is. And like, I've mentioned this before, but I dug through interviews and developer footage and stuff of Bethesda game studios talking about New Vegas and Fallout more generally. And it's bizarre. They just do not talk about it. Like, they pretend like it doesn't exist. And honestly, it's like, it's a little hilarious because every time they talk about it, they're like, yeah, we know our fans really like... I guess this guy walked into this while he was wandering around himself and died that way. I still hear footsteps, though. Did he just die? I think he just died. I think he just... Yeah. That just happened. But yeah, they're like, yeah, we know our fans really like Fallout New Vegas, and we really appreciate that game, too. And then they just don't talk about it. They leave it there. They leave it there. I feel like my face is a little dark. Like right there. Right here. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Is that busted? Can it be busted? Hold on. I'm just fixing a light. Enjoy the view. Okay. Really, it was just an excuse for me to stand in front of the AC unit. And it's a little better. Little better. Luke, leave your setup alone. It looks fine. I can't. I can never be happy. It's a little better. It's a little more better. When I'm looking straight at the camera, it's fine. This camera, yeah, it's good. This camera, it's fine. Yeah, we'll get back to this. Okay.
Power transferred to the ADS.
Control system suction box rerouted. I'm getting a reading. Almost there.
Oh, there he is. Come at me, bro. Oh. Touche. You're so vain, you probably think this song is about you. You're so vain.
Control system suction box rerouted. I'm getting a reading. Almost there.
Do I just need to run straight out? Yeah, I could tell if the map were not ass. I almost ran straight into that. That's the wrong way. Oh, don't even tell me. Okay.
Entering vacuum.
The bodies are there again. Oh, goodness.
Exiting vacuum.
Luke, how do you feel about games like these where the dude is a silent protagonist? Honestly, like, I don't consider this to be a particularly narrative game. Ah, come off it. So that I think helps with a lot of it, but how am I supposed to tell what the hell is going on here? So that helps a lot, for the record. I like well-voiced protagonists, but if you're gonna, in my view, if you're gonna voice a protagonist, I want to see like cutscenes. I want to see you write them out as a character a little more carefully than just like, yeah, you're doing this thing for these people, and did you see that?
This is Temple. The bridge is fucked. I don't know what went on in there, but I'm not sticking around in case whatever did it comes back. I'm heading for hydroponics to find Elizabeth.
Okay, this is the right way, right? Yeah. Out. Zoom in. Into that door. Okay. Hi, Luke. You make me feel oh so warm inside. Tez. I try. You make me feel so warm inside. I just need your warmth. Arthur, I just need a little faith. I need your warmth, Arthur. Fill me up. Fill me up, Arthur. I botched that. One more score, Arthur. Fill me up, Arthur. I need your warmth. Now that I think about it, this plot is very much similar to Resident Evil 7. Lost partner, maybe dead. Oh shit, dead people. Things get a little crazy. And before you realize it, hijinks ensue and things get a little crazier than we first expected. I could see that. Do you have a hot take for us about the Halo, entire Halo content debacle? If by Halo content debacle, you just mean like the fact that they've totally botched the release of one of the easiest games to pull off in modern history. I don't know if I have a hot take. My take is more generally that I'm baffled that they managed to screw it up as bad as they did. So that's kind of my stance. Because, well, like, it's hard to make a video game for sure. All they really had to do to be moderately successful was to release a battle royale for long-term support and streamer support. Oh my God. Look at that health bar. Don't save yet. Battle Royale, Forge, and co-op. Yeah. Well, and like what I honestly don't understand this. Like, there are other people, like regular people, that have managed to get co-op working through a glitch they found. And they're playing co-op split screen right now in Halo Infinite. Meanwhile, the developers canceled all plans for it because they couldn't get it working. Like, how on earth does that make any sense at all to anyone?
Asteroid defense system now online.
Alright, we've got enough power, but the ADS cannon's auto-targeting is down. I think it's a faulty data cable. I need you to aim the cannon manually until I can replace it. Take the elevator to the top of the ship and head for the cannon pit.
Okay. What do they even do? That's honestly, like, it's one of those points of confusion. I just don't get it. Like, what are they doing all day? I know it's harder than, like, people might make it out to be, and, like, there's more to it. Oh, we've got to make sure that, like, it complies with whatever Xbox regulations are. But, like, it technically works now.
Isaac, you're going to have to cross the ship exterior to reach the ADS cannon. Problem is, we're still getting bombarded by asteroids. Look for cover, or you'll get torn to pieces.
Okay, I'm already kind of torn to pieces.
Entering vacuum. Entering zero gravity. Warning. Multiple impacts detected across the starboard hull.
Well, that was that. There were no asteroids, and then I just happened to step foot out there and I die. Also, they wasted so much money and time on this slip space engine, and apparently it's held together by duct tape, basically. How did Microsoft let this happen?
Warning. Multiple impacts detected across the starboard hull.
Okay, we good? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's just complacency or laziness, but it does seem amazing that, like, a multi-billion-dollar company can't figure this out. Okay. I mean, Bethesda's been using their same engine since goddamn Morrowind. Yeah, but they always are, like, allegedly, they're constantly upgrading it and tweaking it. So it's not as simple as just, like, they haven't touched it since then. They have been working on it. But it's just that it's so... It was built for another time, and that's where the issues come. Like, the game engines these companies are using were not designed for use with, like, 4K 120 hertz displays. They just were never intended for that level of strain. And specifically data streaming, like the size of the assets you have to stream in now is ridiculous compared to what they used to have to do. Be patient. I can't speak of the Bethesda engine yet, but Fallout 4 was ass compared to Skyrim. Settlements were so bad. I mean, I agree. I also didn't like Fallout 4 for a number of reasons. At launch, at least, I think it's much better if you play it with a different attitude than I went into it with. But that's just me. I did not mean to use that immediately. Oops. But yeah, it's just tricky. Like, I know that it's not as easy as gamers would like to make it out to be, to just, like, update your engine. Like, the news that CD Projekt Red was moving all of their development over to Unreal Engine, that was a huge deal because that's not a small move. Like, that is years and years of work. That is millions of dollars of development on that engine, on the Red engine, that's just gone. They might be able to bring some tools or some tech that they developed for it over, but for the most part, like, that's just gone. It's over. So it's not actually that easy for these studios to just change engines. But like, if any developer needed to move to Unreal, it's Bethesda. Like, their stuff is so outdated. What is this? Like, Return of the Jedi? Oh my god. Aiming on a controller is so ass. Oh, come on.
Just one more minute. It should be fully operational.
I think it's because this dead zone is so huge. Like, there's no micro adjustments. Oh, it's split up. You should get your crap together, sir. Oh, I know it's critical. I know. Oh, it's split off again. Great shot, kid. Now don't get cocky. There's like a huge dead zone on the right joystick. It's pain. Because there are no, like, there's no micro adjustments. It's like only big movements. So you have to get it right on the first swing. Otherwise, you're just screwed. New Hope. No, Return of the Jedi. Oh, you're right. You're right.
That's it, Isaac. You're in the pit. The cannon's a mass driver, so it should punch through anything flying at us.
Except for the big
Keep an eye on
rocks.
Hull's integrity.
Then you have to shoot
Too
through
many
those
of things
separately.
Get by, and we're dead. I think I've almost got the system repaired. Just buy me a little more time.
Trying to pick my battles. Oh my god.
Just one more minute. It should be fully operational.
Why is this making me motion sick? Oh, finally. Thank God. I can't stand that, man. That's ass.
Is now online and clearing a path to safe orbit. As soon as we're clear, I'll engage the autopilot again. Head to the tram station, and I'll meet you there when I'm done.
Yeah, for real. Absolute garbage. Okay, I'm gonna say something and don't think I'm crazy or weird, but like, am I the only one that gets this? Like, when I'm doing stuff like that, that's like fine movements and fine control over little things, I like really have to focus, and then it feels like my eyes are itchy. Like, it like bugs my eyes. And I don't know what it is. Like, threading a needle, like, makes my eyes, like, I get uncomfortable. It like actually messes with me, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's that like my brain is swelling and my eyes are squeezing out of my head, or if it's just like some neurological I have no idea. But it's like, it's a thing, and like that was doing it to me. It's weird. It's just like, oh, drives me crazy. Blink, man. I can't afford to.
Entering zero gravity.
What's up, Blake? From Australia. I don't want to deal with you guys. Cataracts. Take it from an old man.
Exiting zero gravity.
You don't need to find no stinking aliens. Blake moaning from Australia. Yeah, what time is it? Alexa, what time is it in Australia?
Australia has multiple time zones. In Sydney, it is 6:12 a.m.
6:12 a.m. Jeez. Jeez. Isaac is the biggest mouth breather out there.
Isaac Hammond, you're not going to believe this. Oxygen levels are falling. Something's poisoning hydroponics air production, and whatever it is, it's filling the deck up with that organic stuff. We're not going to have any air to breathe soon. But if I understand these lab reports correctly, I think I can make a poison to destroy it. Head to medical. It should have everything you need.
Will this never end? Isaac, get to medical and mix together whatever Kendra's come up with. I'm heading to hydroponics. If I can slow it down, that might keep us breathing long enough to fight it.
Okay. I do like how I've basically been on death's door for about an hour and a half so far. And I've just never fully recovered. I just keep running past everybody. What's the next game after this one? Depends on how time's out, but honestly, I would guess Gotham Knights will be playing. I would assume. But Gotham Knights is on there. Plague Tale Innocence, sorry, Plague Tale Requiem is up there. God of War Ragnarok, of course. I would say Skull and Bones, but it was delayed again. So I don't know. It just depends on kind of how it times out. Those things freaking suck. Dead Space 2 till next year. It's possible. It really just depends. Oh my god. Level 2. Yeah, Skull and Bones got delayed to what? February? Again, yeah. It's the 5th delay now. If you can't tell, it's going really well. I don't have anything. I don't even know if I'm supposed to go down here. I don't think so. Yeah, I'm supposed to go up and then out that left door. Well. Do I have... I do not. This doesn't end well. Okay. Dude, Skull and Bones is just so unbelievable to me. Like, how have they managed to continually screw it up this bad? Like, inventory slots, do you think that'll heal me too? Do you think that heals me? I mean, we keep getting, like, curb stomped, so we probably should level up. Either way. We can buy some healing kits and some ammo. But yeah, I mean, at what point are you just like... Skull and Bones has so much bad press at this point. I guess you're just releasing it for the memes. Looking good, Isaac! 10 years and all they did was copy and paste Black Flag's boats without the shanties and with added microtransactions and battle pass objectives. Yeah. And I don't think it even looks that good. Like, it doesn't even look as good as, like, Odyssey. I don't think. In my opinion. Well, I'm going to turn off my camera while I blow my nose. I'll leave that going. Hold on. Well, you guys don't want to see that. Censored nose blow, yeah. I know, it's just like... the meme is that it's just Black Flag's, like, boating system, copy and pasted. And then all they had to do was come out and show something unique and a little different, and people would be like, oh, well, no, I mean, it's a lot better than that. And they couldn't even manage that. Like, it's kind of amazing. Medium med pack, can't afford that. What the hell? Where the hell is that coming from? Behind me. No idea. No idea. What's up, Evan? It's going good, going good. Okay, we're back here. Where do we need to go? Just onto the train. Okay, so that was the end of the chapter, and I'm pretty sure that was also exactly an hour. Like, these are all exactly 1 hour. Okay. Hold on. I want to see how delayed this is. So hold on. Let me, because I have it set on normal delay right now. So if I come over here and then I pause, I'll wave 1, 2. So is that 26, 32:26. Hold on. Let's see how delayed it is. 32:26 is when I started counting. And so I'm going to go over there. I'm watching the replay, 32:26. Boom. 32:50. So it's a solid 24, 25 seconds delayed from when I say it to when it appears on stream. Okay, that's not terrible. And like, apparently that will greatly improve quality too. So, I don't know. I feel like I've been living under a rock because I have no clue what Skull and Bones even is. Jordan, it's apparently like, I mean, it's basically just the latest Ubisoft game that's been caught in development hell. And it's just kind of bland, mediocre ship sailing and fighting. Like, there's just not a whole lot there. So you're not the weird one for feeling out of the loop. It's more of a Ubisoft failure, for real. I'm just waiting for the remake of Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie, an underrated gem. Do I need to see this now? I feel like that's a good place to pause. Yeah, okay. You guys see what I mean though? Like, over the course of the, come on. It's just me, or is like the Xbox home button really inconsistent? There we go. Just over the course of the stream, it's funny because like the viewership steadily drops off, and then we usually hit like 70, and that's usually a really good spot to be. Oh, is it doing it again? Oh, I swear to God. Windows support for multiple monitors is so inconsistent, man. It keeps trying to change it so the two monitors are like super separated for no reason. It's really weird. It's just disappointing that Ubisoft can't just make a good pirate game. Yeah. Well, I'm like, there are certain things that like gamers who like pirate stuff would love to see, and they just have to deliver that. Like, my frustration with like Sea of Thieves is that it just feels like there's very little depth. It's an ocean wide, but it's an inch deep. It's just a huge puddle, basically. And I can have fun with it. Like, I pop in and I play Sea of Thieves with friends every once in a while. Like, every probably 3 to 4 months, we hop in for 2 to 3 hours on an evening, and we have a great time. But there's not enough depth to really get into it. And even when they tried with like that Jack Sparrow DLC thing they did with Disney, I tried that. We played a couple episodes, and they were so terrible that we just gave up on it. Like, it was actually unfun, broken garbage. So all they have to do is deliver like a decent narrative game with pirate sailing and mechanics. Do that. And they've had like years and years and years and years to pull it off. And they can't figure it out. And I'm like, is it management's issue? Like, is it management's problem that they can't figure this out? Or is it an issue with maybe like miscommunication? Like, what is it? How do they not just find one game director, send him to work in Singapore for 2-3 years, or her for a few years, and just figure it out, get it across the finish line? I don't know. I don't know how they don't manage it. Yeah, that's asking a lot from Ubisoft. It's just, I think really what it's come down to is there's always a decision maker, right? There's one guy or girl that's usually making the decisions on what gets greenlit and what doesn't. And that person is the one you have to convince. That's the one that you have to go to and be like, this is my vision for the next phase of Assassin's Creed, right? And if you can convince them and get them on your side, you're set. But getting them on your side is the tricky bit. And previously, I think for the last like 5-6 years, the person that's been in that position at Ubisoft, who recently was pushed out because of like basically sexual misconduct allegations, he was really into just trying to go bigger and bolder. Like, his whole thing was just make the biggest game possible and people will be willing to pay more because it's more game, basically. And that thesis just doesn't seem borne out. People are more willing to pay like $70 for, or rather more people are willing to pay $70 for something like God of War Ragnarok, which is probably 20 to 40 hours, which is really lean but really high quality. Then there are people willing to spend $70 for a game that just has endless dynamic quests, right? So it doesn't actually follow that just more of something is necessarily better or offers better value to the customer. So the guy that I talked about with Joel Raptor in that collab we did recently, that's been put in the position of editorial director, basically, the VP of whatever his official title is, he came in and his attitude is specialize in games. So have a stealth game that appeals to stealth players, have a deep, gritty narrative game that appeals to those players, have an online multiplayer co-op game that appeals to them, have a mobile game for players that want to do mobile, but service all of the groups with their own specialized game instead of trying to come out with one game that just does it all. And that is a much more compelling argument, I think. I think that that's much more interesting because I can see getting into that. Like, do I think I'm going to play the crap out of like the mobile AC game they're working on? No, I really don't think I will. It just doesn't appeal to me, but it does appeal to a lot of other people. And I can acknowledge that. I understand that. But Ubisoft's now trying to appeal to those people and to other people as well, but like each in their own little ways with their own dedicated games. And I kind of hope that that's where the industry moves to more generally, because I think it'll lead to a lot better games. Because when a game tries to be jack of all trades, master of none, it ends up being the master of none. And that's what we saw with like Valhalla, where it tried to be vast open world RPG and fantasy game and also melee combat, hack and slash Viking game. And then we're also going to put like some like through the DLC, we're going to put these whatever you call them, dynamically generated like wave-based things, river raids that they called them, things like that. And it just ends up being the most bland thing ever. Nikki, I've mentioned this before. We've been talking about this for like a month or two, because I said my wife Nikki started playing through Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and she has been having a decent time. She started it and she was having a really good time. She's like, I don't know what you're so negative about. I'm really liking it. I was like, good. Keep playing it. We'll see where you're at in like, another 50 hours. She's like, the game's like that long? I was like, yeah, the game's pretty long. But yeah, we'll come back to it. Don't worry. And so she's kept playing, and now she's at what? Like, I think she just hit level 270, 275, somewhere in there. And she is getting thoroughly burnt out. Just like sick and tired of the damn thing. She's like, this game never freaking ends. And I'm like, you're telling me. I agree. That was my issue. It's like the game is like pretty fun for 20 hours. And then 30 hours comes around and you're like, you know what? I think maybe it's dragging a little. 40, you're like, okay, they need to wrap this up because I'm just getting burnt out. This is getting real repetitive. And then they go to hour 50 and you're like I'm going to walk away. I'm not even going to see this game through. And then 60, 70 hours comes around and you're like, I'm in too deep now. I have to see it through. Surely there can't be that much more. And then another 10 hours goes by. And before you know it, you've spent like 90 hours playing this game that you haven't had fun playing since hour 20. And you're like, what the hell am I doing? Like, I've wasted so much time. My life is ticking away and I'm doing it like being miserable and doing that. But like, and it ends up making you kind of resent the game. And I think that's the biggest issue I have with Valhalla. Isn't that it's like a terrible game at the outset. It just is designed in a way that forces you to resent it. And like, if you end up resenting the game you play, why are you playing it? You know, no wonder players are going to leave their playthrough with Valhalla feeling negative. It's not because the game is horrible. Like, there's a lot of decent stuff in it. It's because you force them to engage with it well past when they should have stopped. And so they end up resenting the developers and resenting the game itself for wasting their time and for dragging it out. Just like, you know, you can go to enjoy a football game, like with friends. But if your friend is like, no, or perhaps a better example is like you go to dinner with a group of people, like 10 people at the table. You're all having a great time, talking, socializing, having a good time. And then you go and you all start ordering your food. Everybody eats their entrees. And everybody kind of has the general agreement and consensus, we're not going to do dessert, right? And then that one person comes along and is like, oh, I'm getting dessert. Nobody else wants it. So they, yeah, I'll take it's like that Family Guy thing. I'll take the souffle. That takes 40 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And so they bring the souffle out after 40 minutes. Everybody's still sitting there because they have to wait to get the check and they don't want to leave while one person's still eating. So everybody sits at the table and is waiting patiently to leave. And the guy gets a souffle and then is like, yeah, can I get one more to go? Another 40 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So they do that. And before you know it, your little dinner date that you had fun with ends up being an extra hour and a half long because one person dragged it on too long. Kind of selfishly. And that's what Valhalla is. It's the selfish friend who orders a souffle. It's the game that just thinks that it's more than it actually is, or that it deserves better treatment than it actually gets. Brandon, after about 30 hours of Valhalla, I dropped in and started playing Odyssey again. I think if more people did that, they would have a better general vibe of Valhalla. But because people force themselves to finish it, they end up miserable. Compared to The Witcher, like Witcher might be long, but it keeps you engaged. It does, and I feel like it does a better job of maintaining variability and narrative interest. Like Valhalla, by the end of it, I couldn't tell you now what probably most of those characters' names are. Even ones that they spent hours and hours trying to build relationships with, I don't think I could even name them. And I spent more time with that game than 99% of players will. Because I made a freaking giga critique on it. So, and then the friend tells you the souffle is actually Odin and everything gets all crazy magical. Yeah, somebody spiked it. It's just like, it's annoying because they had a great idea on their hands. Like, oh, a really interesting Viking game with a AAA budget. We'll recreate all of England for it. And then they just blow it. Just blow it. Which also updates you every time you load in. Yeah, that is a feature that is very underrated. More games need to do that. The game I'm reviewing right now, that I can't name, does that. Not in a super fancy way like The Witcher, but does it in a more subtle way, where every time you load in, you get caught up on the story, and I love it. Freaking love it. Lol, AC used to be like big used to be big something big re, and sadly has fallen in the trap of making games for profit instead of making compelling characters in historically accurate worlds. Lost its immersion value. Yeah, I think they got good reception when they did Origins and went bigger and badder, and then they tried to shake it up, and they said, okay, well, Odyssey will go even bigger and better. And they did Odyssey. And then they got nominated for Game of the Year against Red Dead Redemption and God of War. They're like, okay, so clearly that's working. Let's just turn the knob up even higher and just make the biggest, most ridiculously massive game ever. And they did that, and then they just totally forgot to make it interesting. Like, Odyssey's side quests are so much more interesting. And like, Valhalla doesn't even really have side quests. They have these little side encounters, but it doesn't even have like a quest counter or quest journal for you to keep track of things, because they keep every little thing so small in each of its respective areas. It's just painful. It's painful. And it's a bummer, because that game, if they just followed in the footsteps of Odyssey a little closer, it could have been way better. Dino Crisis IP, like any of those didn't they do Jurassic Park Evolution or whatever it is, where it's like the park management sim, but it's like Jurassic Park themed. I think they did that recently, but they're like they're very mobile gamey, like actual in-game timers for things. You want to hatch this dinosaur? Okay, it takes 45 minutes in-game time. Just pain. Pain. Valhalla crushes you with things to do from the outset. Yeah, it's just... And the XP boost is so crazy powerful. It's insane. It's insane. Like, the I timed it out, and like a non XP boost run of the game will probably take between 85 and 110 hours, somewhere in there, depending on how much side stuff you do. If you have the XP boost on, you can get through the game in about 60 hours. So like they're literally, it's bloated by like 20 to 40 hours. And that's insane. Like I've said before, I don't have an inherent issue with those types of like XP boosts, just because I'm like, yeah, if people want to pay to like miss out on content, like that's their fault for being stupid to do it. But thankfully a lot of the codes that Ubisoft tends to give me include like all DLC and all perks and stuff. It's just like whatever ultimate code that you could get with everything enabled so you can test it all. And it includes the XP boosts. So the last few games I've tested it, and Origins, it wasn't that bad. It was like, yeah, you can probably skip over some of the side stuff. Odyssey, it was balanced in a way where you could skip pretty much all side content and just do the main story if you use the XP boost. Valhalla, it just makes it so by like 3/4 of the way through the game, or even halfway through the game, you are so overpowered over everybody, it actually ruins the game. So it's just pain. It's just pain. Oh, hold on, I have to swap. There we go. Am I planning to do something for the last Recruit when it releases tomorrow? I have nothing planned currently. No. Just a busy schedule. Busy schedule. Unfortunately. And Ubisoft mad when people cheating on the level I'm offline video game lol XP boost is their golden goose. It's just it's a great example of an idea that like isn't bad inherently, but that is kind of screwed up because they just take it a little too far. I just platinumed Deathloop and thought it was really fun, but had too much hand holding. I wasn't I want to play more arcane games. Should I try Prey or Dishonored next? I would try, honestly, probably the OG Dishonored. You'll be blown away at the replay value and the level design. It's tremendous. It's great. And then work through those and then lead into Prey. I think it'll build up nicely and it'll just keep raising the stakes. I would do that. But like Dishonored, zero hand holding. Like the polar opposite of Deathloop. It's great. It's really good. Really, really good. watching all these takes in chat, and I'm like, I'm just gonna play Cult of the Lamb. Oh, I feel you. I've been having fun with Cult of the Lamb too on the Steam Deck. I've been having fun with it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Hold on, I want to play a couple games of bullet chess. I'm just feeling it. I'm vibing. You know, I'm vibing. I'm feeling it. Let's do something just like outrageous, like bullet. Doesn't that sound nice? We'll wrap up with some chess, so our brains are stimulated before we part ways. Bullet, if you are not familiar, is chess, but you have 60 seconds to complete all of your moves. Okay. Okay, weirdo. And it gets a little hectic. There's a lot of pre-moves and things that you do, which is just when you select your move and then basically make the motion before it even happens. Move that back. Don't take it. Please don't take it. Oh, I just blundered. Yeah, okay, he didn't see it. I was like, I could have taken the damn queen. Yeah, okay, there we go. It gets a little crazy. I will absolutely die on the hill of defending Prey as Arcane's best game. I don't blame you. I mean, I think Prey is tremendous. It's why, like, it was so weird for me to see them seemingly drop the ball so bad with Dishonored or with Deathloop, because Deathloop is just the polar opposite. Like, Deathloop just comes out and holds your hand way too much. There's like zero replay value on subsequent runs because you're doing your subsequent runs every time you load back into that level. It's part of the time loop thing. So instead of like playing through an 8 to 9 hour game like the original Dishonored and then going back through it a second time or a third time or a fourth time, having a great time, it's just it's not the same. Like it ends up being you play through the 15-hour Deathloop campaign and then you're sick and tired of all the levels because you've had to go through them 50 times during that 15 hours. And so it just totally misses the point of the replay value, you know? Why not have an easy, normal, hard mode for XP gain that's free? People that just want to play the story get easy mode, normal mode for something. Well, and that's how most of them balance it. But it's like, I think Ubisoft just didn't know how to balance it really with some of these like big RPGs. So they just set it up to scale with a set XP amount, and then they just kind of allowed it to multiply based on your difficulty or based on the XP boost, and then they just went with it. Because all that the difficulty really changes. Like, they set up a leveling system in Valhalla that scales you, so it pulls your level up to the level of the enemies in the area you're fighting, or you can scale them so it pulls the enemies up to your level. Or like I did that, I forget what the video was called, but it was earlier this year, and I did a video where I went back and I tried Valhalla again, and I just wanted to see how the balance was. And so I tested it, and what I found was, like, in an area that I was, say, level 300, I think my character was like level 311 or something, and I would go into an area that was level 50. And of course, I'm one-shotting everybody. But if I go into that area with the level scaling turned on, it pulls up all those enemies to level 311. I still stomp on all of them because the damage isn't scaled properly when enemies level up to your level. So I then set it, they have an ability to level it so all of the enemies, regardless of where you are, level up to 50 levels above where you are. So my character, you know, the enemies ended up being in like the mid 300s. And I still stomped on all of them. Like, the game, by the end of it, is so unbalanced and broken that it's just not fun anymore. There's zero challenge. And it's really disappointing. Like, why they went to a 300 level scale, I don't know. I would rather have like 30 or like The Witcher 3, like 40 meaningful levels where every time you level up, you feel a difference. I'd rather have that than 300 levels and every 10 minutes you're getting 2 new level points. Like, I went upstairs and I saw Nikki playing Valhalla, and she had like 32 level points or skill points ready to use, and she just hadn't used it. She's like, yeah, I stock them up, like stock up on them, so I feel a difference when I level up. Otherwise, like, it just you don't notice it. It's ridiculous. And so it's just so much of Valhalla is just baffling to me. It's just baffling. Drop the ball. Have you forgotten it's a masterpiece, Luke? Oh yeah, I missed the memo. I missed the memo. For real. Let's do this. Let's take. Bring the knight back. We'll swoop up. Can I do this? I like that. Ooh, he doesn't like that. He doesn't like that at all. Ooh, he uncomfy. He's straight up uncomfy. I mean, he just goes like bishop d2. I'm going to bring the queen back. I don't it's a total wasted move. But in Bullet, it's so much more about maintaining like quick response times than it is about making the absolute best moves. I don't know why he did that. Yeah, because this swings over now. Can I get f5? Okay. Bring this over. Screen that takes. Bring this up. Oh, knight d5 is solid. I like that. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, nice. Nice. Man. Pain. Yep. Oh, that was weird. Yeah, that was not the play, my man. Yeah, that's... You won on time! Yay! We did it! We did it! I don't have a very good bullet rating, but we have fun with it. Can I... Depth 61. The engine goes hard on this. It's funny. The second I see it, the CPU usage spikes to 100. My computer's like, oh, we gotta figure this out. Yeah, that was pretty easily won there. I blundered it a couple times, but it's okay. I'm currently playing in level 500. The only difficulty is just the boss area damage sponges. I can think of in the Ragnarok DLC. Yeah, it's just frustrating because I feel like the game is just built on such a flawed foundation that no matter what they do to try to save it with these cool DLC that they're doing, it just isn't going to pull it off. Because the damage scaling's off. I have a issue with like the basic premise of a lot of the combat stuff. It's just, there's a lot of little issues like that. Brandon, last time I was here, we were talking about Dead Space, or we were playing Dead Space and talking about healthcare, and now we're at chess. That's how it goes, Brandon. We bounce around. Just see what feels good. Part of it's like we reached a good stopping point in Dead Space at the end of a chapter. So I was like, okay, I could get halfway through a chapter, or we play a couple games of chess and call it good. But Odyssey is way worse in my opinion. So Crothy, I do think like Odyssey is also extremely bloated. I think specifically the last quarter of the game is very bloated. Basically, in order to get to the last mission to finish the game, you have to be at a certain level, and in order to reach that certain level, you need to do a ton of side quests and level up that way. And it feels like a grind because you're chugging along doing side content and then also doing main story content, and then you hit this wall where you can't continue the story and you have to go out and seek out side stuff to do to just get to a decent level. And that feels like it's just a total speed bump, and it's like, oh, we were vibing, you know? I was feeling good. And then now I got to go and do all that stuff. The difference I would insist and I would propose is that Odyssey's side content is actually pretty good. It's actually pretty well done. Whereas in Valhalla, the stuff you have to do to grind up is hunting down these gold and white dots scattered around the map, and they're all mind-bogglingly simplistic and kind of stupid. And so it's just nowhere near as engaging. So like Odyssey had grind, yes. You got to do the side content to grind. But the side content was way better than Valhalla's side content. It's not even in the same universe. Like it's just not even, it's like mobile game side quests versus like RPG side quests, night and day. What I like from Odyssey is the assassination doesn't always need to be going stealth, because assassination basically is act to murder someone. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I still insist. I feel like it was weird to just do the Spear of Leonidas, because they were like, wait, this happens before the blade is made, like the actual hidden blade. So what are we going to do for like assassinations and stuff? They're like, we'll just give them a magical spear tip. It's always a little weird to me, but they managed it well. Louver, have you seen or played FPS chess on Steam? You might enjoy it. Dude, I actually played that with my little brothers 2 nights ago. It was pretty fun. We played. It's so stupid, but it's fun. If you guys haven't seen it, basically it's chess, but like you'll set it up. It's called FPS chess on Steam, but you'll make your moves, and I don't think it'll let me, but like you'll make your moves and you'll go like, oh, D4. And so then the pawn takes. And in order to take the pawn, it then transitions into like 3D first person shooter where you're a pawn with like a pistol. And the two pawns have to fight it out and try to kill each other. And you can jump off the board. You can run around the room. You can do all sorts of stuff. They each have their special abilities and things. And if the white pawn kills the black pawn, then the black pawn is just dead. If the black pawn defeats the white pawn, then he takes it properly and succeeds. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. It's like super stupid, but it's fun. It's fun. But all told, guys, I think that's a pretty good spot to call it. My voice is starting to go out, so that's usually when I know. But thank you everybody who came out and joined me. It's been a joy. Let me see, Brandon. We got a couple more comments. Let me catch up on these real quick. Corey, also, thanks for coming by. Sorry I missed your heading out message. Okay, Patrick, as an AC game, AC is bad, but a good RPG. Yeah, and I would agree. I think the big issue is that people have, like, they commit this fallacy where they say, if it were Assassin's Creed, it'd be a way better game, and that doesn't follow. It can be a great game and just not a good AC game. They're different. It can be a great RPG, but a bad AC game, right? So I agree. I played Valhalla for a good 30-40 hours and found myself spamming skills on bosses and then running away, waiting for them to recharge and repeating. Yes, Julian, and that is absolutely an issue. I think the way to fix it is to make it so the skills refresh based on damage outputted. So you have to be aggressive to use your skills. You can rush in and use them, but you can only recharge them once you've dealt out a certain amount of damage. I think that's the way to do it. Brandon, I literally decided to go to a city district planning council meeting with my roommate rather than keep playing the Dawn of Ragnarok DLC, which told me everything I need to know about my enjoyment. That is amazing, Brandon. That is like the perfect example of it. That's tremendous. I love it. What I like from Odyssey, I read that one. Chess, my favorite hero shooter. Yeah, for real. Step aside, Overwatch 2. We got a new player in town. Thandal, peace, loot. Yes, peace. Aries, Latest Man was my first time in a live stream. Hope to join more. I hope you do as well. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for coming by. Thanks for chilling with me. I appreciate all of you as always. And we will be back on Friday with more games. On Friday is going to be the community stream, so we're going to be playing games together. And having a good time. It's gonna be fun. So make sure to set your calendars for that, because it's gonna be fun. We're gonna play a bunch of stuff together. Link Gaming, you came in at the perfect time, right as we're wrapping up. I'm terribly sorry, but hopefully you come back on Friday, because like I said, Friday is going to be our community gaming night, or day or whatever, depending on where you are. So we're going to be playing games together, Jackbox, maybe some chess, who knows. We'll play a bunch of stuff. It'll be fun. Is the community stream in the morning or evenings? It'll be the same time as this stream. I think that's the safest bet, and maybe we'll go a little later than usual to let more people come in, but it'll be the same time, or at least we'll start at the same time as this stream. So So 4 hours ago is when it would start. But all told, thank you everybody. Much love. Stay safe out there. Hugs and kisses. I'll see you in the next one. Okay. See you then. Bye-bye. 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 I'll miss you. Bye.